People are still gathering, but I'll start with a small security announcement. And not only the security announcement, because I have 3 things to mention. First of all of you can use the microphones that are installed in your tables. If you find a little box in front of your table, you can pop it open and you'll see the microphone and all the handles you could use. And please make sure to switch between channels, because the conference is translated to Lithuanian, and for our international guests, if you want an English version, there is a different channel, so you can use this as well. With regards to security, if you hear an alarm, we'll use the same exit as it was as the one you used for the entrance. So just stay calm, and we'll gather in a group and go together through the same door that we arrived here today. And the last announcement is that the conference is live streamed on the Atviras Seimas YouTube channel, so everyone here so the whole event is being recorded, since this is a public event. And using the opportunity, I would like to open the conference, International Conference from Research to Action, a safer and healthier digital tomorrow for young people. And now we'll do the welcoming. The first welcoming remarks can be from Board of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Deputy Speaker Orinta Leiputė. So, Orinta.
I would like to add that Orinta Leiputė is the conference patron and one of the very helpful people in organizing this conference. Thank you so much for coming and being together with us.
Dėkoju, gerbiami kolegos.
Thank you, colleagues, politicians, scientists, dear guests. The world has changed, irreversibly so. Whether we like it or not, whether it concerns us or it makes us admire those changes, we can no longer turn off the internet and expect that our children will return to the times where social connections were established in the backyards of our homes. Rather, it is now being done through networking online. Today, however, we have gathered here not to reminisce on the past. Instead, we want to admit the reality that exists right now, which is why our responsibility nowadays is tenfold higher. Scientists claim that 1 in 10 adults and 1 in 4 adolescents are forced to deal with the threats faced online. Thanks to research, we are aware that the algorithms developed by tech giants are sometimes stronger than the will of our youngsters. And the design that you can see online becomes a serious health challenge. We can no longer remain passive observers. The digital world has already become our home, which is why we have to make sure that this home is kept safe. It would be naive to expect that our youngsters will be able to find the way through the digital jungle. We must establish new pathways and security guarantees. This conference might become a turning point for scientific knowledge to reach political decision-making pathways. We have to make sure that by using technologies, our youngsters remain resilient to this changed world. Lithuania now has an opportunity to become not only an observer of those processes, but also a leader in building a new digital world. The world has changed, and we have to be wise and bold in learning new ways how to manage it, putting our health in the forefront. We have to put our efforts together to make sure that the digital future does not become a burden on the shoulders of our youngsters. I'm grateful to the co-organizers of this event, to all the partners who contributed for this platform of dialogue. I'm grateful for the leadership and for your lack of indifference. This audience is particular in the sense that each of you will have a chance to speak up, join the discussion, which is why I wish you fruitful discussions and good solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your welcome speech. And today I'm very glad that Health Ministry is our partner in this conference. And for welcome speech, I would like to invite our Vice Ministry of Health, Laimutė Vaidelienė. And she helped us very much in organizing this conference. And thank you for initiative and cooperation. You are welcome.
Laba diena, gerbiama.
Good morning. Deputy Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament, organizers and co-organizers of the conference, distinguished guests and participants of the conference. I sincerely welcome you to this conference on behalf of the Ministry and the Minister of Health, because the topic you are going to discuss today is extremely critical, which is a safer and healthier future for young people. My great respect goes and my great thanks goes to the co-organizers, both to the Neuroscience Institute of the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, and the partners from the Lithuanian Parliament that helped to organize this conference, the Digital Ethics Center, Lithuanian Biological Psychiatry Center, and all the participants of the project BootStRaP. We appreciate that we have a number of international experts participating in this conference. This shows that this is a topic which is relevant not only for Lithuania or European countries, but also around the world. We live in times when digital space exists where our children spend screen times, use artificial intelligence, and surf online. Today we speak about different problems, emotional difficulties associated with that. And the reason for this is not only the digital space, but we have to agree that to some point it really affects the mental state of our people, and especially young people. I'm a children's doctor, I'm a teacher, and for several years we have been noticing and following inability of students and children to stay disconnected or to stay out of screens. This actually influences their further life, their further skills and capacities. The Ministry of Health has an important role to play here and has launched a number of initiatives here because children's health is our priority. We have launched a number of preventive programs. This is one of the directions of our activities. We have created a number of mental health administration models. We expand the services for mental health provided in municipalities and different projects on risky behavior evaluation. We participate in different international events and conferences in cooperation with the European Commission. This is the area that took us much effort. Together with the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, We have taken a decision on banning the use of smartphones in schools, but I believe still this could have been made more effective. Anyways, I believe that this is a step forward, and this is only the beginning. I hope that this conference will be a perfect place to share our experience, to share evidence, to share scientific evidence and research results. And hopefully those results will inspire us to take necessary decisions and introduce changes in the digital space. I wish you interesting discussion and debate in order to find the best solutions, ensuring that our young people can develop properly, participate in social life, live under the positive emotional environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister. And it's our great pleasure to have for welcoming opening Head of the European Commission representation in Lithuania, Marius Vaščega.
Labas rytas.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Vice Minister, scientists, political policymakers, health and education specialists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this event. I'm grateful to the key partners of this event for contributing to this event. And I've already mentioned, I would also like to mention something that was already reiterated by the Deputy Speaker, because as long as we keep repeating it, we will remember the reasons for having gathered here. So, in 2024, the Lithuanian university scientists have concluded that 1 out of 4 adolescents are exposed to high risks for their health related to the problematic internet use, which is why the EU cannot remain but an observer in this process. We do have the legal instruments available, and we do have them available across the EU. The main reason for having those tools was probably the 2022 Digital Services Act, which says that the online platforms that are accessible to teenagers must ensure high level of security for the teens. And this is an instrument that is being implemented. For instance, the European Commission has already presented its preliminary conclusions on TikTok platform and on the constant scrolling and automatic screening of videos. We've already launched the procedure against the Meta platform because the teens have been using this platform with no restrictions whatsoever. And a number of other research and investigations are ongoing. These are legal aspects that we were referring to, but there's another step that is nonetheless important, and that is a systemic approach. The European Commission has also conducted a pilot project, a so-called blueprint pilot project, which is anonymity-based, ensuring highest privacy standards which is meant to create a single app that could be used across the EU. And the member states can use their age verification apps, and we would encourage to start using them as soon as possible, because it is through the knowledge of the age group that the users of online content that we can learn more about the use of those platforms and who are actually using them. Also, we have to establish the rules for the digital environment itself, one that our teens are using. President von der Leyen has recently created a group of experts looking into safe design, opportunities for age harmonization across the EU, and additional instruments necessary for ensuring actual support of teenagers online, as opposed to it being just declarative. This week alone, President of the European Commission has said it rightly in Copenhagen that it is not a matter of access for teenagers to online platforms. It is a matter of social platforms having an access to teenagers. With this, the President of the Commission is looking forward to having specific legal proposals from the working group regarding the restriction of access to social networks for the teenagers. So these are just some of the few proposals coming from the European Commission that I hope will prompt further discussion here in today's event. In any case, we also have to focus on the participants taking part in this event. Let's take the representatives of the BootStRaP project, the project that is looking into the psychological mechanisms that are used in designing those social networks, and the reasons for the teenagers to return to these social networks time and again. These are the scientific facts that we need to learn about and that we need in decision making. I'm grateful to those who represent this project for sharing your insights with everyone. Today's panelists will rightly ask about the changes that need to take right away. I believe sometimes we need to do more than we believe we can. We have the legal grounds, so we have the legal commission guidelines, we have the scientists backing us up. What is missing now is being bold in translating knowledge into practice. This is something that has already been started, and today's conference is just one step in the right direction. So I wish you fruitful discussions and concrete results. Thank you.
Interesting news and useful information from the European Commission. And today I would like to announce that Lithuanian University of Health Science and Neuroscience Institute is one of the leading research units in digital health research. And for welcome speech, I would like to invite Deputy Director for the Research from Neuroscience Institute, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, Dr. Rima Naginienė. Rima, the stage is yours.
Good morning, distinguished representatives, politicians, political influencers, representatives of governmental agencies, organizers of the conference, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, especially guest speakers at the plenary sessions. On behalf of the Institute, I'm very happy that we are finally addressing this issue, and we're doing this at the Behavior Center of our Institute with the Digital Ethics Center. We have been organizing conferences on this topic for some time now. I'm very happy that the Parliament of Lithuania indicates that this is a critical and acute problem, and the efforts are made in order to address it. On the other hand, I'm very happy that a laboratory led by Julius Burkauskas attempts not only to research a problem, but to provide evidence-based recommendations on addressing it. Therefore, I hope you will hear interesting presentations. You will be inspired and challenged to take wise decisions. On the other hand, I wish you to make contacts and to communicate linguistically and verbally, and stand as a role model for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima, for welcoming. And together I am working with Julius Burkauskas, the leader of BootStRaP project in Lithuania, the leader of our laboratory of behavioral medicine of Neuroscience Institute. Julius, stage is yours.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. It's a great pleasure to be here today with all of you. And I have just a very short message, and I'll probably connect this message to what was just said by our Institute Deputy Director. I have a slogan: let's be inspired by the dialogue. Because I think that connection might be part of the answer to problematic use of the internet. When you have a meaningful connection to another individual, you might have better understanding, better research, better practice, and better policy. So let's be inspired by this dialogue, and today is for dialogue and for meaningful decisions after this dialogue. So thank you all again for coming and for being here. And since I'm already standing here, I would like to use this opportunity to present the opening keynote. Unfortunately, Professor Feinberg, who is the project lead, fell sick this morning, and she's unable to attend this event, but with her heart, she is with us. And she asked her colleague, who knows everything about this project, because she is a BootStRaP trial manager, Dr. Natalie Hall. Please welcome to the stage. And Natalie Hall is a research fellow in the Center for Health Services and Clinical Research at the University of Hertfordshire, with experience of running and collaborating on multinational research networks on problematic internet use. So she will be giving Professor Feinberg's lecture today.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting us out to be here. Thank you, Julius, for your wonderful introduction to us all. And I'm hoping I will find, so this is, how do I, sorry, how do I, oh, yeah. So, as Julius mentioned, unfortunately, Naomi Feinberg could not be here this morning. She was so looking forward to everybody having this important discussion in Lithuania, but I will be standing in her place. And just a few introductions. Obviously, there's a lot of research support across Europe for this project, and importantly, the BootStRaP project is funded by Horizon Europe, as well as Innovate UK and the Swiss State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation. So to start off with, problematic usage of the internet is an umbrella term that covers a wide range of different types of behaviour. So it's not just the gambling, pornography, the viewing, the social media, but also it can include cyberbullying, it can include cyber hoarding, and also a plethora of different types of online behaviour. So any types of behaviour that are conducted through the digital environment. Whereas many clinical aspects appear very much like an addiction and is similar to other physical addictions, the actual characterisation of the psychopathy is still required and is not yet completely clearly understood. There is a scarcity of research which is building upon each other, but this is where BootStRaP tries to help to bridge some of that gaps in the research and working on reliable methodological research methodology. So, whereas internet use can be seen as a whole landscape, the area that we're really more interested in is the top part, which is the problematic usage. Now, the majority of people sit under the curve and may have issues such as, struggling to sleep at night, or maybe not able to switch off, or maybe worried about missing that phone call. But the majority of people are able to deal with that in everyday life, the same way that they would in all of our areas of life. The problem comes when people it then slips into their mental health. It then starts to affect their own well-being. They then start to feel like they cannot cope with what is going on, and that is when it becomes problematic, which is the last part of the area, and that's the part we're really interested in. So we know that based on public health models and addiction models in particular, this can be related to age and gender. We know that younger people typically have more problems with gaming and social media streaming, that males are more predominantly having issues with gaming, whereas females are more issues with social media. But it can cross a wide range of areas, and we are unable to. We need the research in order to back this up. These are ideas that also align with very similar ideas with actual physical gambling as well as other addictions. So, is PUI an addiction? It certainly shares a lot of common features. When you consider the actual phenomenology of addictions is similar to the phenomenology of PUI, such as impaired control, cravings, risky and harmful behaviours, even at the detriment to your own self. There's not so much the physical withdrawal, although there may be a behavioural withdrawal type. And this is where it's important for us to understand, because although it aligns similarly with some of the actual physical addictions, it is not a perfect fit. And in actual fact, a lot of it fits also into other anxiety or OCD type related behaviours, especially when it comes to things like cyber hoarding and cyberchondria. So the WHO has led this as an area of that is special concern to the public health, and this led to the Lancet Commission that members of the BootStRaP project are also involved in. And the specific areas to look at is the access for those under the ages of 16. This is a digital world and environment, whereas the majority of people here in this room today grew up not having access to any form of technology to the extent that we do nowadays. The new generation have never known anything different. it's always been like this. They've always had it at their fingertips, they've always had it ready in their pockets, it's at home, and that is a very different way of being than when you grow up and you just didn't have it available. So one of the key things is to understand how the digital environment is affecting the younger generations, and order so that we can look at what is actually going to be beneficial and what we can do to make them more resilient to having problems. The use of addictive designs and maladaptive algorithms by tech companies is a very important key issue. We know that that's happening. There are a lot of areas within psychology that show you how this is done, but the issue that we have is proving that it's those algorithms and those addictive designs that are actually causing harm. Without that connection, the tech companies are very much, it's like, well, it's not our problem. So that's another thing that we need to address. And then the increasing use of artificial intelligence. We've seen, especially in the last year, how invasive that has become and how fast it is adapting. Now, the digital world is adapting constantly, all the time. We're constantly moving forwards. We're constantly looking at new areas, and some of it can be really, really helpful. But the problem is it advances so quick that you can't catch up. And that's what we're trying to do, is trying to predict what is going to be helpful and what isn't. So the emerging evidence for clinical harms. Social media and smartphone use is associated with depression as well as suicide. This was taken from a large epidemiological sample of young people. Numerous systematic reviews have shown that self-harm or suicide is associated with internet addiction and the use of websites with self-harm content. There is evidence that, suicidality as well as depression are compounding factors of PUI, and PUI is also associated with other substance addiction as depression, anxiety, OCD, ADHD, as well as just generally executive dysfunction. There is a rise in people looking for treatment to PUI. But the problem is there's no clear definition of what PUI is, because it spreads and covers a broad range of different types of disorders. We're starting to produce the evidence. However, a lot of these studies in the past were very small numbers. They were often looking at different scales. One of the things that the cost action which came before the BootStRaP tried to do was bring it all together so that everybody could generalize and share their data in order to make it more reliable in its methodology. So within the ICD-11, there have been key changes to the diagnosis which relates to PUI. We now have gambling disorder and gaming disorder, which have a specific internet component to it. We also have compulsive sexual behaviour disorders, which has been added to the impulse control disorders section. And within the obsessive compulsive and related disorders, we've also included hypochondriasis as well as hypochondria. So we can see that although there is no clear definition of a disorder of PUI, the internet-related disorders that make up what PUI is looking at are starting to be included. It's mainly gaming and gambling disorders, which are predominantly male, which is another thing that needs to be looked at. It's the gender bias in disorders needs to be improved. But it is starting to come into general diagnosis. So with gaming disorder, persistent patterns of gaming can show, similarly to physical gaming, impaired control, which is looking at the starting and stopping and how long somebody may be gaming for, priority over other interests, so whether they're avoiding actually social interactions, school, nutrition, to prioritise gaming instead. Continuation of escalation, despite the negative consequences to family, financially wise, or occupational performance, school performance, and things like that. and then look at the results of significant distress and impairment within those social constructs, as well as within their educational, occupational and other areas of functioning. At the moment, we are still looking at how a gaming disorder, it has to be continuous and episodic or reoccurrence, so it has to come back. It can't just be a small amount of time gaming a lot that would then be considered a gaming disorder. So it has to be extended over a 12-month period. And it has to not be better accounted for by other mental health disorders or as a consequence of medication. So there are a few different caveats in order to identify something as a specific gaming disorder. So the global prevalence of problematic internet use, it is somewhere between sort of like 16% across the globe, although we are seeing that maybe after COVID that is increasing. Also, the number of studies is very small with small sample sizes, so it's very difficult to actually get a generalisation of how prevalent PUI is, especially when you include everything into it. But this was a pooled prevalence that is currently unpublished data. 16% is not insignificant. It is actually a significant number of people that are showing as having an issue with their internet use. And this isn't looking at adolescents, this is looking at adults. And if adults are having issues, then the younger generation are going to be having even more issues than that. And this is where it feeds into one. You know, the adult generations are not as used to the internet. They have other coping strategies, other ways of dealing with things, and they're still showing problems. So having a generation that doesn't have those other coping strategies to draw down on that they grew up with, we need to give them the ability to deal with that. So this was a study that was conducted in the US with adolescents, which looked at the trajectory of screen use and suicidal behaviours and suicidal ideation. This was a 4-year study, and as you can see, the trajectories are following very similar. If you're starting high, you're going to get even higher. Even those who are starting low seem to get, so it shows that the trajectories, they're not dropping off. We haven't got a fluid pattern over 4 years. People aren't, you know, having bouts where they're actually maybe having problems for a little while, but then they seem to adjust themselves. What we're seeing is a stable or increasing trajectory over time, and this is quite worrying. Although, again, more focus is really needed to look and understand at the long-term effects of PUI, as well as the associated effects with mental health. Again, we have a lot of people now coming asking for help with PUI, and as of yet there are limited numbers of actual treatment options. A lot of them follow sort of psychotherapy and CBT type treatments, but there are a lot of gaps and there is an absence of professionals. So this is where we feed into the BootStRaP, and as you can see, what is BootStRaP? So BootStRaP is an international multidisciplinary consortium which brings together scientists from across lots of different backgrounds. We started with the cost action, which included 55 members from 24 countries across Europe. And now, currently in BootStRaP, we have 14 countries with 22 institutions involved. The principal investigator is Naomi Feinberg, and the primary contact for Horizon is Professor Jose Menchon from Spain. As part of this, we've also are learning to deal with problematic usage of the internet book. This is freely available through the website from ICOX, and we've got the links here. And this gives healthcare professionals, it's aimed at healthcare professionals and parents, and it gives what we know so far of PUI. What are some really helpful tips for parents, for teachers, for healthcare professionals, and how to have these conversations with people. It's currently been translated into a number of different languages, and we're looking to increase the number of languages that we have available. So the BootStRaP project is boosting societal adaptation and mental health in a rapidly digitalising post-pandemic Europe. So it's a bit of a mouthful, which is why we go with BootStRaP. And BootStRaP is looking at how the digitalised environment affects mental health and its relationship with the individual characteristics and social determinants. It is based on the IPACE model, which is a model of behavioural addictions, and is looking at the underlying characteristics as to why somebody may develop a problematic use of the internet. So we're aiming to look to see if we can identify who's most at risk, and then can create what strategies would best help those individually. So the determinants are numerous. It can be person, it can be the types of internet they're using, behavioural adaptation, mental health, physical health, psychological functioning, societal. And all of this drives into the types of interventions that we could be using. And then the consequences of the PUI can also include physical health. It can include your mental health, academic, vocational, psychosocial, your quality of life, as well as your resilience. And these are important things because if we can teach resilience, if we can teach better psychosocial adaptations, then we can reverse some of the effects. So the main BootStRaP objectives are to identify which individuals and societal factors and behaviours lead to PUI and how to best to tackle that. Now, it started off with the first phase, which is cohort 1. This was a purely assessment phase, and we had over 2,000 adolescents download an app onto their phone which monitored their behaviour, as well as asked them some general mental health questions and asked about their own internet habits, and we followed that up for 6 months. So we're just at the point where we're now looking at that data and what that can tell us, and then we're moving on to cohort 2. So what we do know, and this is again unpublished, we're only just looking at that, is that then the number of 12 to 16-year-olds across the 9 countries who are showing a risk of PUI, so that they either have PUI use or a risk of PUI. As you can see, when we were looking at the bell curve, our line of the highest problems is about halfway there. So we think about 40% of adolescents were telling us that they find it difficult to manage their own internet use. We know that this is mainly females rather than males, although we did have more females who actually took part in the study, but still it was showing that there were more females who were telling us that they found it difficult to actually manage their own internet use than the males were actually telling us. When looking at the types of internet use, you can see social networking is very high. That's one that was most often, these are the types of things that they're using, as well as streaming media content and general surfing. But we're also seeing, and bearing in mind this is a study of 12 to 16-year-olds, there is a small number who are reporting online gambling, as well as pornography viewing. Now, these are things that they should not have access to. And this is where tightening up the policies of being able to access these environments is really, really important. It's not the whole picture, but it's part of the picture. So the BootStRaP Phase 1 preliminary findings, we have a sample of over 18,000 12 to 16-year-olds. 40%, around 40% reported that they were, or have shown to be at risk of increased use of PUI on the standardised scales. Females are overrepresented in this, in the high-risk group, and as we mentioned before, where social media seems to be more of an issue with females anyway, this could be shown, this sort of lines up with that. We know that those who are scoring high and at risk of PUI were also scoring high on general mental health symptoms, depression, anxiety, stress, OCD, hypochondria scales, inattention and hyperactivity problems, as well as increased stigmatisation and reduced quality of life. This also looks at poor emotional control and poor inhibitory control. Now, this is based on the IPACE model, where these two systems sort of drive into why somebody may be using the internet, either to help to manage their own emotions, or because they are having problem with switching off, not being able to do something, it becomes more habitual. We've found that they seem to be working to drive PUI, and at the same time that PUI also drives emotional instability as well as poor inhibitory control as well. So this is where in phase 2 we're at the point where we're now collecting a cohort. We've developed 2 interventions that help to teach young people how to control their emotions better without using the internet, or how to stop once they've started an action, how to set limits for themselves. And we're now testing those to see whether those will make a difference in reducing the risk of PUI at the end of a 3-month period. I'd mentioned previously, we've also got the Lancet Commission at the moment, which is going, and this is sorry, I've lost my train of thought there. So this is running alongside the BootStRaP project, and a lot of members of BootStRaP are also part of the Lancet Commission, and this is looking at trying to actually bring this to the forefront of the WHO's agenda at the moment. So these are the global recommendations that have come from the Lancet Commission so far. So all forms of PUI should be considered global public and health problems. It's not just gambling, it's not just gaming, it's not just social media, it is all forms of PUI. We need to expand the concept of PUI beyond the current diagnostic perimeters. The current diagnostic perimeters contain nothing such as cyberbullying, or anything like that, but are also problematic behaviours, and we know that cyberbullying and similar behaviours are fueled by anonymity. So we know that the idea of being anonymous gives people more, I don't know whether it's front, but it drives that trolling, hurting, cyberbullying other people. We need to improve clinical assessments and modelling to promote better healthcare outcomes. We need to invest in healthcare services and social care that will match the clinical treatments of PUI. We need to develop a systematic approach to promote prevention and responses to PUI. So it's not just about how we treat it, it's how we stop it. What do we do in order to stop it from becoming this global problem? We need to develop comprehensive prevention, mitigation, as well as treatment programs. We need to consider regulation of other public health issues as models of PUI. We need to engage in multilateral global harmonisation to address regulatory challenges. And hopefully this is where something like this conference today, it's building that harmonisation across different countries, which is so important. And the biggest thing is we need to invest in research and development to promote an effective response to PUI, rather than just a Yeah, we're looking at it. We need to drive change. And it starts with the researchers, with the young people involved in the BootStRaP project and the young advisors who are here with us today. And it involves everybody driving it. We need to say this is something that we need as a society to look at, as a global society. So that's the end of Naomi's presentation. Thank you for listening to me. And thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for the nice presentation. And I would like to announce that our Member of Parliament, Orinda Leiputė, and she is our conference patron, prepared some small gift for the memory about this conference, about the visit to Lithuania for our speakers. Thank you, Natalie, once more. And now we would like to start our first session. The name is Evidence, Models, Intervention, Concretion, and invite the first speaker, Carmen Morena. Carmen Morena has over the 20 years experience working with child adolescents. She is clinician, psychiatrist, researcher, and Carmen will present preliminary data about problematic internet use from Spain. You are welcome.
Sorry, I forgot my glasses. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for the possibility of being here today in this Parliament of Lithuania. I'm very happy to be part of this conference today, and I hope that data that I'm going to share with you really contributes to the discussion and to setting the stage to what we need to do from now on, how we need to move with this problem. I'm coming from Spain. I live in Madrid, where I develop my work, and I decided to put this image at the front page because I really think that this is what's going on now, and that this really goes beyond problematic internet use. I really think that there's a change in paradigm, and that the way we live and the way our adolescents live has changed for good. There's nothing we can do about that. So we need to take that into consideration when we read the world and when we really think how we are going to understand how different we are or not from now on, depending on that. That's relevant. So these are my disclosures. I've been working for a number of years now in research. I do have collaboration with the industry, but also have grants from different private institutions, public institutions within my country, and outside my country. And I really think this needs to be taken into consideration when listening to my talk. So this is what I mean by the change, right? The picture you can see, do you see my pointer, if I do that? No? Okay. So the picture on the left belongs to my neighborhood, where I lived when I was a teenager. So this is the early 80s. Everyone was on the street. People was like doing physical things. We used to have something to bounce on, yeah? And this is where we spent the whole time. So I had my mom shouting out the window, "Hey, come back, dinner time." And everyone just ran, going down. This is not going to be back, at least in my country. I don't know if this ever happened in yours, but this is not going back. And this is university time, right? People chatting, they are on the lawn, outside the buildings, like talking about things, not that much physical stuff, but just having a different interaction and working. This is the past, because this is the present. So we do have the same people same ages, apparently hanging out together, but definitely doing that through an intermediate situation, an intermediate object, which is not only an object, which is a way of developing communication with others and with the rest of the world at the same time. I really think that's very important, and I decided to start with this part, because if we just focus on definitions and on online time, we are missing the point that is that we are not living in the same way. We drop some things and embraced others, and what we've embraced is absolutely different to what we had. So probably there's going to be difficulty comparing things, and I'm anticipating to that, but comparing things when we do follow up longitudinal cohorts, right? Not only related to that, but related to other things. We should start taking that into consideration when people started to use so widely these devices and drop so much other forms of being in the world, using the body, using the way of communication with the rest. And of course, there is a time, a moment in development where this is more salient and more relevant. I'm not presenting today data on neurobiology, but of course, this is the way to move forward. We really need to understand how this integration is changing the way we perceive the world. I'm presenting here a very interesting and provocative article that I really think that you could take a look at. That is by Tony Gitt, and that shows that really why adolescence is the time where people start using so widely, so with so intense, in such an intense way. Internet has a neurobiological meaning. Because we are in the moment, if we go back to adolescence, where people really has hunger for data. Why is that? There is this situation where everything is aligned for paying attention to the outside, for paying attention to the social connectedness, for really being absolutely impulsive and reckless. And this is the moment in time where the dopamine system, where all the systems that have to do with the reward are developing. But still, what has to do with control impulse is not well developed. So this is like the perfect storm. It's just hunger for data, connectedness, but not being able just to wrap up and to put yourself together and to control your impulsivity. That's wonderful, because otherwise we would have adolescents that would be dead. Imagine, when I'm a clinician, when an adolescent comes to my clinic, not showing interest in things, not doing reckless things, sometimes I'm really worried. And I think, okay, we have someone with a problem, right? So this is normal. The problem is that we have this amplified, magnified by the technology right now. And this is what happens. We have this exposure to bullying. It's constant. It can be constant. It can stay constantly there. The suicide contagion, we've seen an increase in that. That's a problematic thing. There's a constant social comparison. Think on those adolescents that are really bodybuilding or are with problems with anorexia and bulimia that really have a problematic situation. Social rejection, particularly for kids are not so good at social connection, and peer pressure. This comparison, you're forced to do things, all these things that appear in Instagram or TikTok. Who dares to do? And then you find someone who's really gone through a very bad pathway. So with that in mind, what I'm presenting today is not a research project that I'm carrying, but rather a project that was put together by the Ministry of Health in Spain that I thought it could really present the current situation we are in now in the country where I live, that can be really interesting. This is a survey that presents two projects. One is on adults, and one is on adolescents. The one in adults also has a little bit of adolescent because it's 15 on, right? This is too small for me to be able to read, so I'll do my best to turn and to talk at the same time. But this is, I think, relevant. So these are the two surveys. It's for you to understand where the data comes from. The first one on the left is called edades. It's like ages. It would be the English translation. This is general population. Both of them are general population surveys. 15 to 64 is a personal face-to-face interview going home. So some of the things I'm going to report are auto-administered, so just fill in by the person, but with an interviewer there at the home, with no compensation, and it's been done every 2 years since 1995. The other one, the students is something like students, right? Is students 14 to 18 years old in secondary education in the classroom during a regular class time. It takes 45 to 60 minutes, so not that different from our study BootStRaP now. Everything is anonymous, voluntary participation, and again, every 2 years since 1994. There's a huge number of valid questionnaires for every year. This is a number for the last edition, that's last year. This for the edades is 2024, 26,000. Almost 27,000, and for the students is 35, a little bit more than 35,000. Right? So this is we really have a very good picture. So the weighting for the analysis and for doing the survey is carried out based on the autonomous community. We have 19 autonomous communities in Spain. The size of the municipality, using 7 groups also for age, and 2 groups for sex, to correct for the disproportion of the sample. That's are methodological issues that I think are interesting. So when it comes to the response rate, and this is what's most striking, I did have a pointer. So when it comes to the response rate, you know, for the adults it's 34 to 35%, not the difference to others, but for students, once the school has agreed to participate, that did so in 88%, virtually everyone participates. Why? Because this is mandatory. This comes from the ministry. They have the time. This is something they have to do, right? This is what we should aim to do with our projects. We need to really go to the ministers, and you're so happy in Lithuania because everyone here is hearing, is listening to that, and hope this wonderful people that's making decision is going to talk to our ministers and to let them know that this is so important, because otherwise, no matter how good we do, we will have skewed data. Always. I hope not to be going too slow and to have at least 10 minutes just to finish, or 7 minutes to show you the data. But I thought these are the most important things, because with that, we can truly believe what happens. And what I'm presenting is, okay, mostly, I'm just focusing on some of the behaviors that appear in these this big survey. This is for drug use, for all sort of like addiction problems, not only behavioral problems. Okay, so we will be able just to see some of the situations that really appear when people have problematic internet use regarding use of other drugs. But the thing is that the main outcome is the compulsive internet use scale, the CUS, but the thresholds are not exactly the same that are used in other surveys, right? So that's another point of conflict. So we are here using one that is up to 56 points, and the cut is when you have 28 or more. Okay, that's the definition, has to do mostly with that, not the broad definition that Natalie just presented before. As I mentioned, self-administered, online paper with no compensation, and the setting I already presented that to you. Of course, there's other things. I'm not going to present nothing on gambling. I'm not going to present nothing on the LIBET questionnaire or the gaming disorder, but I'm also presenting 2 new things that were included that have to do to the problematic pornography consumption. It's not only using or viewing pornography, it's having this compulsion towards using pornography, and the social media compulsion also. That's another different scale, and I'm presenting that. This survey has evolved over time, and some of these scales just were included recently. So we have the possibility now, I have the possibility to show you data from adults and data from adolescents, and I really think this makes a lot about understanding really how is that in terms of evolution over time. So when we come to the edades survey, the adult one, right? I'm going to refer to the adult and adolescent when presenting the different, instead of using the names of the surveys, that's a little bit more confusing even for me. So when we come here to the adult one, what we see is that there's near universal use. We are focusing on what's recreational internet use, what people do, almost everyone. There's 3% that is not using internet. Probably we can neglect that, right? And really what is interesting here is we see here that the young adults that are in the youngest ages are the ones that, you can see it here, the ones that are using internet much more than the rest. This is number of hours per day, mean like 5 hours, right? And if you go up to the 64, this is much less. When we go to the young population, what are the number of hours they use? That's even more. So if we go to the mean, we see that boys on weekdays use 5 hours, girls 5.2, and on weekends 6.5 and 6.1. So this is just use of the internet, right? Is take into consideration that by the time that this research was done, many schools already had banned use of internet at school. So this is 2025. Right? So we are really seeing that this is what people report. So this is not entering in their phones and seeing what's going on, right? This is what all these people is reporting. When we go to problematic internet use and use the adult sample, we see that the mean in men is 3.6% and 3.7% for women. Again, we see a huge disparity between 15 to 34 and 35 to 64, so up to 8%. But if we go to the young people, and what we see also is that there's an association. We cannot say that this is causal. And I didn't include all the, p less than 0.005, whatever, but what I report here are significant findings. It means that there's a true statistical disproportion between groups on the particular thing that is reported. So we see that those people having problematic internet use as adults have more binge drinking, much more drunkenness, and much more cannabis use. When we go to the students, this is increasing, right? So the mean is 15.5 for boys, 23.4 for girls. There's something going on with us, with females. There's something going on. We are much more vulnerable, and probably it has to do with the social connection or the social vulnerability, and we need to understand and protect ourselves, protect our heritage. Sorry, I'm a woman, and that's another conflict of interest that I didn't mention a priori, but this is really concerning. So we see that this is a problematic thing, but also the drunkenness, the binge drinking, the cannabis use, even the daily tobacco are there more frequently. But not only that, those people have more problems with all these variables. Conflicts with parents, difficulty concentrating, suffering anxiety or panic attack by a lot, and also all the rest. Having bad hangovers, cyberbullying, being expelled from school, regret sexual relationships without contraception, suffer a psychotic episode from hallucinations. That's awful. When we go to the social media use frequency and the problems, we see that there's possible Pew related to social media in 15.3 in general, and a little bit more in girls than in boys. And to finish the pornography, just 2 slides. This is for adults. Probably you just need to focus on the big squares on the top. So this is ever use, right? Pornography is something that's not banned. You're an adult. That's a behavior that you can relate to. In these 63.8 ever in life have used pornography, more in men than in women, 80% versus 47%. If we go to the adolescents, we really see that the numbers are not that different. That's so interesting, even for the 14 years old. So 57.8% ever use porn. There's a slight decrease from the previous before, but and boys 80%, with girls 35%. That's really problematic, because when we go also to the proportion of problematic pornography use, this is huge, 4% in total, but 7 in boys, 1 in girls. And again, this huge connection with drunkenness, binge drinking, tobacco, and cannabis use. I'm not going to go into detail. I think I took so much time. I think that I reflected the size of the problem, and I hope that we can join forces for being able to have such wonderful data, more detail, and together with biological data to make the most out of that and to change really the way we treat our society and our kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. And your timing is perfect. Thank you. And now it's time for different topics for the emerging findings in mental health and PUI and evidence from Swiss national cohort. And for this lecture, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Professor Suzanne Wolitzer. She's a full professor and medical director, the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and Psychotherapy at University Hospital of Psychiatry in Zurich and the University of Zurich. And her research focuses on understanding of multidimensional underlying and interacting factors for the development of psychiatric disorders, including ADHD, OCD, and problematic use of internet. So, Suzanne, we are eagerly waiting for your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And dear members of the Parliament of Lithuania in Vilnius, authorities, dear organizing committee, dear Julius, it's a great pleasure to be here. And it's also an honor for me to present Swiss data to you. So I think, it's very, very similar what we heard for Spain. And I think also that show that this data seems to be very general and important for us. And I want to start with a key message. I think it's really time to act and to support our young ones. Yeah, here's also my my conflict of interest, and I have several fundings, and you can see everything also in the internet on the last line, and to look regarding our studies. And I want to start with one finding. So I had the opportunity, because our clinic has now, or some years ago, the 100th anniversary for child and adolescent psychiatry. And therefore, we looked on the numbers, on the development, what happened in the last 100 years. And we saw from 1995 to 2005, there was a decrease of emotional disorders. That was really a great time. And what we heard, that we have now an increase of emotional and affective disorders that happened a lot in the last 10 years. And that is the picture in between of both of the photographies or datagraphs. And you see there is a huge increase of emotional disorders, and these are stress-related disorders. And on the right side, you see our population in the clinic. We have outpatient consultations from 30,000
to nearly doubled in the last 10 years. More than 50,000 of the young ones from the Zurich canton in Switzerland needs help in psychiatry. So what is the reason for? And what changed in that time? We think one of the most important changes was the digitalization in that time. So nearly everybody has now a mobile phone and is implemented in that area, what we heard from Professor Moreno. So time changed. So I think one of these reasons is can be found in that area. And another point, and I think is also important for other countries, is that we have clear numbers that the mental health costs or healthcare costs increased a lot, especially in the young ages. Here you see the hugest increase is in the young ones, not in the old ones with dementia. We may think there are the highest costs or we are cancer. No, the highest cost developed in the young ones. And so we have really to care for them. Yeah, and we heard from Natalie Hall about the association between media consumption or usage of the media and internalizing disorder, development of addiction disorder, or externalizing disorders. But I only searched for 2 studies I want to present to you. The one is a meta-analysis of over 1 million adolescents from more than 1,300 studies showing the increase of internalizing disorders associated with the time and with the content of media usage. That is the one thing. So we know that not only the time is relevant, but also the content. We heard about, on the other end, about pornography, but there is also many harming other contents within the media. So we have to look on that and regulate that. But another study showed that especially internalizing disorders, and I showed you the increase of the internalizing disorders, are very much associated about comparisons within the media. So the adolescents told us making comparisons, social comparisons, how to look like, and so on, that is very harmful for the young ones. And here about my study. Oh, I worked so much on the format, and now I see it changed a little bit, so I'm a bit obsessed normally about the format, so I excuse myself for that, but this is, I think, a technical thing. So we have done a representative study, but we started in the pandemic to ask the question, what is important for the mental health for the youth, what went wrong, what is difficult, but also what is helping, which coping strategies are important for the young ones. The main question of the Swiss and Pro Juventute study, Pro Juventute is a very important foundation in Switzerland. They are caring a lot for the young ones. We ask, what is the most important stress for the young ones? We want to know what is the influence, and we especially ask for the media usage and the factor of the mental health. And also in the pandemic, I said, I do not want really only to focus on the difficult things because we heard so many bad things. We have also to focus on the good things. What is positive for resilience? What is effective? And what is a good coping strategy? So yes, as I mentioned, the COVID study, I will really say that is something like a trend study, so we can adapt our questionnaires each year according to the most important questions. And in the pandemic, we ask, next to them what I have said, is there also an increase for PUI? We heard from Natalie this pathological usage of the internet, and we saw, yes, there was an increase, and especially, as Professor Morena said, in the female ones. And we also saw that the young ones said, but for us it's very good to have a good structure on the day. And we could provide this data also to the authorities and to say, should we open the schools, yes or no? So we think that from our research point of view, it's very important to provide the governments and the authorities our data. Yeah, and we have done all these waves, these study waves together with the Analytic Institute YouGov. This is an institute that is doing also studies if you want to predict the next votes of a government. So the YouGov use a representative, very large panel, and we could also work with them together. Yeah, and now final additions to the methods we have used. We implemented our study across Switzerland, and in Switzerland we have 3 languages. It's German, Swiss, it's French and Italian. We used this YouGov panel of more than 150,000 families consisting of young ones, of parents, so we can also ask the parents about their thoughts. But here we focused on the young ones. And at the end, we had a sample of a national, nearly representative group of more than 1,000 adolescent and young age ones between 14 and 25 years of age. Yes, and here you see we could also make a distribution to the years. This is a bit smaller one. Here in the middle, you see we have 3 age groups. And this is important because what Professor Morena said, that the older ones are more resilient, let's say, or showed less pathological use of the internet. That is a result we have also observed, and that makes me a bit, nervous. So here I will present you the data. And we can find really in many European countries that the most of the adolescents said, I feel well mentally and physically. 80%, it's a normal number, but also this is decreasing. But at the same time, 30% of the young ones said, I feel tired and exhausted. And the girls are more affected. They feel significantly more bad in each area, but the good thing is that they reported also more coping strategies. The most of their strategies are more social related, whereas the boys reported more sports, but also humor. The most important stress factors for the youth in Switzerland, and here are perhaps in some countries different results, is that they felt stressed by school, and by the feeling of general pressure and not to perform well enough. And I have to say, I saw the most recent finding. Now it switched also a bit to the political problems, that they feel more stress about all what happens around them. But at the end, and we heard this from Natalie Hall call, nearly a quarter of all have experienced psychotherapeutic support. So nearly 1/3 or 1/4 need therapy, and that is a self-report, and that is really a huge number, and we have also to tackle that. We need these opportunities to give them therapy. Perhaps only counseling could be enough, but there is a huge demand of support. So coming to the key findings of media usage, we see very, very similar to the Spain groups, that the adolescents spend 4 to 5 hours a day on media, and 50% reported they cannot stop to use the media usage, or they cannot stop to give the phone away. And 15% reported pathological usage for the internet. And this is really very, very similar to Professor Hall's data. And it's really great that the self-reporting data are so clear. And here you can see, I switch to the next, because in the next slide it's more obvious that on the right side you see the older group, that they reported lower rates of pathological usage of the internet. And that means that the younger ones, they reported more problems by themselves. That means also they need more support. They have not so many coping strategies and they are more affected. And they reported us also that 50% use the internet to maintain social contacts. That's also quite obvious, but they need the internet also to regulate their feelings, to improve their mood. And here are the problems, the main problems, and I drive with you to the most important findings. So the green ones are the most young ones. They said they have problems to stop, and they have a lot of problems, conflicts with other ones, with parents for sure, and they use the media for mood regulation. So they use not to go out to do sport and something like that. And this is very aligned to the picture Carmen Moreno showed us, that there is a change in our world, and we should provide them really better coping strategies. And we analyzed risk and protective factors in these samples, and we see that protective factors are also very important. We should not look only on the bad side. The most important protective factor is family and friends, and really to avoid to compare all the time with each other. And I said also, please ask your child what they like in the virtual world. Perhaps we can give this also back in another way, not only by media. Yeah, at the end, I have to thank a lot of people and foundations, because without them, it would not be possible to do such trend studies. And as I said before, I think we should have the dialogue and the work together with the governments, and therefore thank you, Julius. I'm nearly at the end. So we, from the research part, we should provide this data to authorities, and we should discuss what we can do together for our society. And at the end, for sure, I want to thank you for attention and the BootStRaP project, that we can do something together and with you. And I'm looking forward to the next part of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, for presentation of your data. I am very sorry, but Roma Justiene, due to personal problems, can't participate in our meeting. But very important part is data from Lithuania about findings in problematic internet use will be presented with Julius Burkauskas. I would like to say that Julius is not only leading researcher in our laboratory and Neuroscience Institute in this digital technology research, but he is also clinical psychologist and psychotherapist and the teacher of cognitive behavioral therapy, and working with patients, with data, and with the research all in one, and is very strong friend and strong leader in our team.
Thank you.
Welcome, Julius.
Thank you, Vesta, for this nice introduction. And what I have to say, so starting from the declaration of interests, I declare my conflict of interest, but none of the funding bodies influence the research I'm going to present today. And the message that I wanted to say is that our data do really correspond. So basically, I'm going to repeating the messages of Professor Moreno and Professor Velica, but just a short snippet from I'll start with a short snippet about the current situation in Lithuania, PUI research in Lithuania, and 2 adults and children surveys that were done here nationally. And briefly, I'll touch upon the role of impulsivity and compulsivity in the effect of PUI on anxiety and depressive symptoms. So what is the current situation in Lithuania? And probably even better, it's going to be presented today in the afternoon session, because the paper which is shown here is already published. And if you scan this QR code, you can go straight to the policy mapping paper, which tells the situation in Lithuania and compares it with other countries. But what we have important here, as when we look about the policies with relation to problematic use of the internet, we think about the mental health perspective. And only one Lithuania law that regulates and thinks about the mental health perspective is the law on gambling. This law addresses pathological gambling, the obligation to inform gamblers about possible risks, and provides contacts where to seek help in case of need. While it also emphasizes players' protection, the responsibility remains with the individual, who may self-impose limits to the amounts of spending, the size of betting, and a gambling time. So we still have a lot to do in terms of good policy in relation to thinking about PUI. And now coming to the research, I would like to acknowledge cost action, where it all started in Lithuania, because we started doing research on problematic use of the internet with the start of the cost action, which is a successful action which aimed to bring together a multidisciplinary and geographically diverse group of experts and opinion leaders under one European-led network to leverage existing funded research into more coherent program. And out of this program, I can say the BootStRaP was born. So this is the acknowledgements to our start, and what we've done through cost action in Lithuania. First of all, to investigate the problem, you need to have a good questionnaire. So I always promote these questionnaires because they are available in these publications, and you can access them and use them freely in your research and clinical practices. They are validated through cost action and now free to use. So when we continued dedicated research on PUI, it raised awareness of potential negative effects of internet use that could cause to mental health. And engagement in PUI as an impulsive or compulsive coping with mental distress may also pose a long-lasting threat to the development of anxiety, depressive disorders. And the first aim of our project was to investigate the PUI patterns and mental distress symptoms among university students, and then the general population, including children and adolescents in Lithuania. And the second aim within this data was to test the hypothesis that PUI affects anxiety and depressive symptoms through the mediating role of impulsivity and compulsivity. So to start with the pre-pandemic, we start with a pandemic study in a sample of university students during the pandemic. We see that almost 70% of these students said that their time using the internet changed, either to more using internet or much more. And with regards to their mental health during the pandemic, about 45% said that their mental health were slightly worse or worse. And when we compared both groups in terms, and the comparison marker was whether the time on the internet increased during the pandemic or was unchanged, we saw that there was a difference in their depression and anxiety level and problematic use of the internet. So those who increased time using the internet during the pandemic had the highest scores on depression, anxiety, and problematic internet use. And within this sample, we also tested the hypothesis that the PUI might lead to depression and anxiety through the mediating role of impulsivity, and this was proved by the study, and these results are written in this study by Gečaitė Stončienė and also available already online. What happened after PUI? So after COVID-19, after pandemic, we wanted to investigate the general population, not only look at the student sample, but more go toward general internet users. And we basically used the same questionnaires, which are problematic internet use questionnaire, PIQ-9, generalized anxiety disorder scales, patient health questionnaire, and we also added impulsiveness scale and compulsivity scale, as well as the mental health well-being index by WHO-5. So in this general population group, what we see that the main device which was used to access internet was mobile phone, and in the group of those at risk of PUI, it was used more often. And now when we look at the data of number of hours that people use internet, so we see that the difference between those without PIU and with those with at risk of PIU is starts at around 3 to 4 hours and then dramatically changes at 5 to 6 hours. So I think this is a time that we have to take into consideration when thinking about PIU. And of course, I have to also say that time is probably not the most important component, but still, clinically, it might be important to investigate the amount of time people spend on the internet. And when we compared those at risk with PIU and without PIU, we also see the higher compulsivity and impulsivity, the lower well-being, and of course, much higher depression and anxiety scores in those at risk with PIU. And when we tested the hypothesis whether problematic internet use might be associated with anxiety and depressive symptoms, now including compulsivity element, we saw that this model was really nicely confirmed, and indeed both impulsivity and compulsivity factors have to be taken into account when we think about possible link between problematic internet use and anxiety and depressive symptoms. And when we look at the children's data, this is the data gathered by Vilnius University by Professor Jusienek, who was unfortunately, due to family emergence, was unable to be here with us today. So I have this great pleasure to present a little bit of data of hers. So she did a study in 3 cohorts, children 6 to 14-year-old, 8 to 10, and 14 to 17 years old. And basically, again, the same questionnaires were used, which is compulsive internet use scale. For children, we had strengths and difficulties questionnaire. And in the adolescent cohort, we also included generalized anxiety scale and internet use time questionnaire. So what is the pre-pandemic data? Pre-pandemic data showed approximately 2 to 3 hours of internet use time. And then again, for the adolescent group, the CUS questionnaire differentiates at low risk of PIU, moderate PIU risk, and high PIU risk. So all of the data for children going to be shown in this format. So we see approximately 3 hours pre-pandemic internet use time. And when we go to the post-pandemic or pandemic time, we see the increased number of minutes per day using the internet, and you see how this number changes with the higher risk of being a problematic internet user. And for adolescents, we even see even higher numbers, reaching up to 6 to 7 hours a day using the internet. So this is something really important to look at, especially at the difference between moderate to high PIU levels, as the number for high PIU levels is dramatically different. And when we look at the models, so it seems that for children, we didn't have the compulsivity, impulsivity scales for children and adolescents, but we used the disinhibition scales, which basically shows a lack of controlling your emotions. So for this association, we found that compulsive internet use was again associated with anxiety through the disinhibition, through inability to control and to stop. So problematic internet use affects anxiety levels through the disinhibition, and again, problematic internet use also affected general well-being, which also includes several questions on several items on depression. So problematic internet use affects general well-being also through the mediating role of disinhibition. So when investigating children, disinhibition is one of the components that we have to look at in order to basically not to have this link between problematic internet use and mental well-being, as well as anxiety. So a concerning number of individuals experienced significantly expressed PEU, anxiety and depression symptoms even after COVID-19 pandemic was over. And findings in the general population suggest that relationship between PIU, anxiety and depressive symptoms are mediated via impulsivity and compulsivity. In adolescence, disinhibition was found to mediate the relationship between problematic internet use and both anxiety and mental well-being, while significant direct effects remained in each model. So these results suggest that disinhibition plays a partial but meaningful role in linking problematic internet use with mental health outcomes among adolescents. And these results underscore the importance of the inclusion on both impulsivity and compulsivity factors in the studies, analyzing the longitudinal effects of PUI on mental distress. And just to say that impulsivity and compulsivity factors are from the IPACE model, which we use in our BootStRaP studies. So hopefully soon we will get an even larger data set to look at this data and to inform fellow researchers and society about the newest mechanisms on problematic internet use. And I'll use this opportunity to thank all my colleagues who worked on these projects, and thank Professor Yusiene for wonderful collaboration together, because we can do a lot of things when we collaborate and connect. And I'll continue on my starting message that through dialogue we can do a lot of great things. Thank you so much.
For you, Julius. Thank you.
And now it's time for the last session presentation. Professor Katarzyna Lindenberg. She's a full professor of clinical child psychology at Heidelberg University, Germany, and the director of Heidelberg University Outpatient Clinic for Child and Adolescent Psychotherapy. And it's our great pleasure to have you here with us today, Katarzyna. And now we are ready and eagerly waiting for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius, for the invitation, and it's a great honor for me to speak in front of such a multidisciplinary audience. My research at Heidelberg University focuses on the interaction between digitalization and youth mental health, and this includes intervention delivered in digitalized environments, in healthcare environments, in family environments, and also the investigation of interactions between digitalization and youth mental health. We want to focus both on the benefits and on the risks of digitalization and used the benefits to mitigate the risks of digitalization. Today, I would like to talk about interventions, about preventative interventions, behavioral prevention, which aims to modify mental processes and behaviors by psychologically based procedures. This is in contrast to structural prevention, which other speakers today will talk about. Studying prevention strategies, you would like to ask which target group might benefit most from the intervention, ranging from interventions in healthy populations or with a healthy use of the internet, such as health promotion and universal prevention, up to clinical symptoms or populations with clinical symptoms where you might want to address indicated prevention or early intervention approaches. This is one dimension of preventative interventions. Another dimension is the setting. So in which setting should the intervention be delivered? In families or in peer environments, in schools? Should it be delivered digitally or in healthcare settings such as counseling centers? Another dimension is the delivery mode. So how much personal contact and expertise is needed to deliver the intervention? Should the intervention be fully automated, which is less costly? Or should it be clinician-led, which is most costly, but also most intensive, or something in between, such as AI chatbots, video conference delivered, or delivered by facilitators, which are not clinician professions? So should it be in groups or delivered to individuals, which is also more cost-intensive? And another dimension is the content of the intervention. Which content is expected to modify mental processes that change behaviors? Should it be media literacy-based, dissonance induction-based to increase motivation to change? Should it be approach avoidance-based to modify implicit cognitive biases? Should it contain single CBT strategies such as emotion regulation or inhibitory control, or should it contain full CBT programs? I would like to discuss some of the prevention programs that we conducted in our lab alongside these dimensions, and I would like to start with the PROTECT study, which we conducted 2015 to 2018, which was an indicated prevention program delivered in 33 schools to adolescents aged 12 to 18 years old, which were at high risk. They were identified by screening, and the intervention was delivered in face-to-face groups by clinicians, and it contained a CBT-based manual. The CBT-based manual contained 4 sessions of 90 minutes each, and the study design was a randomized control trial comparing the intervention group with an assessment-only control group with a follow-up over 12 months. We could see that the reduction of symptoms over 12 months was significantly stronger in the CBT group as compared to the assessment-only control group. The Cohen's d, so the within effect size, was large with 0.67. However, we also had a high rate of spontaneous remission in the assessment-only group. In the next study, we delivered the same preventative intervention in counseling centers in an early intervention study, the same age group, but more clinically impaired population. And what we could find was more or less exactly the same effect size over 12 months with a Cohen's d of 0.74 over 12 months, even slightly higher in the parental report rating. So it also works in counseling centers, but it's very resource intensive. Then the next study addressed the other end of the target group continuum, focusing universal prevention in elementary school students aged 9 to 11 years old without any screening, so a general population sample by trained facilitators, so no clinicians, and it was a minimal intervention with a 1 session dissonance induction intervention. This was a pilot study with a short follow-up. And what we could find was a small effect size on gaming attitude change with a Cohen's d of 0.2 over 2 weeks. So not a very long period. This was only a pilot study. But then again, we were asking ourselves the question, is universal or indicated prevention more effective? What level of clinical training is needed? Is media literacy, which is often applied in schools, better than CBT or the other way around? Do trained local professionals achieve the same effect size than clinicians? And then we conducted the Protect Confirm RCT study over 5 years in 44 schools in Baden-Württemberg, addressing almost 2,000 students. We compared the CBT intervention, as in the previous study, as compared to a media literacy intervention, which also contained 4 sessions of 90 minutes each, but focusing on media literacy and psychoeducation. This was a statewide study in the state of Baden-Württemberg in the south of Germany, and we randomized students within classes and followed them up over 12 months. We trained 111 local professionals which conducted the interventions, both of the interventions, in classrooms during live supervision by clinical experts, which also did the fidelity rating. And what we could see is that in the universal prevention sub-study, applied to entire school classes, we found only very, very small differences between the CBT group and the media literacy group, with very small overall effects. On a clinical level, no effects in the universal prevention sample. But in the indicated prevention subsample, so the sample with adolescents at high risk identified by screening, we found large effect sizes in the CBT group. We also found effects of 0.5 in the media literacy group, but the effect size in the CBT group was almost twice as large as in the media literacy group. So the content of the intervention matters, and the target group matters. We also conducted a sub-study during the pandemic where the intervention was delivered in video conference settings as compared to face-to-face settings. And what we could see is that the media literacy program worked much better in the video conference delivery mode as compared to the CBT program. So CBT seems to perform much better in face-to-face settings, whereas media literacy can also be delivered in video conferences. Then we tried to develop an intervention which was much less costly and more automated. So we developed the Protect app, which is based on a cognitive task based on an approach avoidance training, and we delivered this app to in 2 studies to do 2 different samples, so 1 mixed adolescent and adult sample and 1 adult sample. The intervention focuses on the modification of implicit cognitive biases, so it's an implicit intervention. And it's app-based, so the task is to swipe away addiction-related stimuli and to swipe towards oneself healthy alternative behaviors. This is a 3-minute task, which is to be completed 3 times per day over 3 weeks. So a minimal intervention, fully automated. And we tested this in a randomized control trial, in a pilot trial, and found very large effects, much larger effects than in the CBT trial, which was much more costly and resource intensive, as compared to no effects in the control group. And then we repeated this study in a larger, fully powered, randomized control trial, which, however, was an adult, a young adult sample. And here we could replicate the same effect sizes. So again, we found very large effects in the intervention group as compared to the control group, which also lasted over 3 months. Another way to reduce costs is to deliver the intervention AI chatbot based. So what we did in the next step was to develop an AI chatbot intervention based on our CBT manual. The intervention was delivered to adolescents and young adults aged 16 and older. And to do so, we trained ChatGPT with prompts of our CBT manual, and individuals were aware that they were talking to an AI chatbot. We conducted a randomized control trial again with an assessment-only control group, so without intervention. And what we could find here is that the AI-delivered CBT also worked and also produced effects which were smaller than in the face-to-face condition, but also much cheaper because it was fully automated. Taking this together, the reason why we are here is the BootStRaP study. And BootStRaP combines all of the above-mentioned strategies and tries to find out which prevention strategy works best and for whom. It combines universal and indicated prevention. It delivers a digital intervention in school settings. It is an app-based task, fully automated, and investigates the effectiveness of 2 different CBT strategies, which is emotion regulation versus inhibitory control, and the aim is to find out which works best for whom. I am very happy to be part of this BootStRaP project, and I would also like to thank my wonderful team at Heidelberg University. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Katayun, for the very nice presentation. And of course, you have a lot of questions, and please keep these questions. And at the end of the second part, we will have discussion, and you could talk about bring your thoughts and give the questions for the presenters. And now we have very, very short break for the coffee, tea, and please come back and be here at 12:30. Coffee is outside our auditorium. You are welcome for the break. Thank you for coming back. And we continue our meeting with plenary lecture 1. And I would like to invite Celia Sales, Associate Professor at Faculty of Science and Educational Science in University of Porto, Portugal. Celia will talk about role of co-creator in problematic internet use interventions.
Isn't it?
Small technical issues, but su peliuku bandyti. Could we get help? Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you so much for organizing this fantastic conference. And thank you for the presence of young people that I saw that they came also to work with us as we do in BootStRaP. And that's exactly what I'm going to talk about here, is this way of working with people for whom science is being developed. So I'm going to talk about the role of co-creation in science and in developing interventions to handle this problematic usage of the internet. And I'm going to illustrate how we are working in BootStRaP and in particularly how young people are being involved in the development of this app that wishes to prevent and treat this risk, this problematic use of internet. So basically, co-creation in science, it's also called citizen science, citizen involvement, and it is becoming more and more recognized as an important way of working, which is involving society, involving citizens in the production of scientific knowledge, or in the development of technology, or in finding and building solutions for the problems, for the real problems that are faced by these citizens. And this is important because, first of all, because it's a right, it's a citizen's right to somehow influence decisions that are going to be based on scientific knowledge and findings, especially if that research is funded by public money. So it's a fundamental right that something that influences our life is developed, having into consideration what we need, what we think that should be done. So this is a fundamental right somehow. And very important is that what we know is that results are better when we involve citizens. So we do better science if we involve young citizens, because citizens have knowledge that scientists do not know, which is what's happening in reality, what it is to live with a certain disease, what is to be in TikTok. For instance, I don't use TikTok. I've never been in TikTok, although I'm doing research in problematic usage of internet. So I need someone. So I'm 60-something years old, and so I need someone that is 11 or 12 that works with me and tells me something that I don't know regarding problematic uses of internet. So we do better science when we involve persons that have a direct and first-hand experience. They have a direct knowledge of what it is to live with the problem that we are trying to handle with science. So we do that exactly in BootStRaP. We are working with young people because BootStRaP is for young people. And basically there are two areas where we do this involvement. It is in general in all the studies in the research process that we are conducting. And here, and my colleague, Professor Lucamay, we will talk afterwards, illustrating some of the activities that we do regarding involving young people in our studies. But I would say that in the next 3 days, we will have here 40 young people that come from different countries in Europe that are going to work with us in order to plan how the results of BootStRaP should be reflected in European policies and how they are going to be drawn into policy briefs and how so that young people have a voice on also how the internet can be a safe place. So this is an example, but there's much more activities and tasks, research tasks, where young people have been involved and working with us as colleagues. So the idea is that young people are members of our team. They have knowledge that we need, and so that's our way of working with a co-creation approach. What I'm going to focus now in this presentation is how we have been working with young people to develop a digital intervention, because basically that's the main outcome of the BootStRaP project. So the development of that app, that it's going to appear in an automatic way in the mobile of young people that are at risk of problematic usage of internet. So basically, why it is important to use co-creation when we are developing digital interventions? Basically because people don't use it. That is a big problem. It happens in general, but also, and so also in health technology and in mental health field, is that there is a very low adoption, that people start working, and a very low rate of acceptance. So people start using it, but after a few days, they don't go there anymore. And so we need to develop an app that is used. Otherwise, there's no meaning for working during these 5 years, isn't it, of the BootStRaP project. So it is key, and we know that involving users in the development of technology since the beginning, it is increments this technology adoption and acceptance. So we've done that in the BootStRaP. Just to three very important and key aspects regarding co-creation in this innovation. Innovation because we are creating something new. So we don't know. So it has a creativity approach that we don't know where we go. So in innovative processes, it can be like in architecture, in every field of innovation, this co-creation is an important approach. And in all those fields, there's these three features that characterize co-creation. One thing is that it puts the user, it's human-centered. So it is based on, it's centered in the end user of the people that are suffering from a problem that aims to be solved. And so the person is always at the center, at the beginning, to know what are the needs, why this is needed, what the person prefers, what are the values, what is the reality. So this must be at the center. And this is the mainstream approach in any technology processes, innovation processes. And this means that then we work with people, we work with users. Also, besides identifying the needs, to have ideas, to ideate how this could be done, to then, based on these ideas, to build prototypes, then to test it, then to choose one, because we cannot have several apps, we need only one, then refining. So always having this iterative process, always consulting, always having the end user working with us. And this also means that we need to combine very different areas, very different domains, because as an example here, we have researchers, we have designers, we have web developers, we have end users. So we have to find a way of putting all these different fields talking the same language and working together. So it is also a challenge, this transdisciplinary approach. And we use the design thinking approach, that is a fast, empathy-based approach to gather this communication and work together of these different fields. So I'm going to give you an illustration of how we have done this. So as it was mentioned before, we have several stages in the BootStRaP project, and the first one was to develop an app that could assess young people and to identify young people that are a risk for PUI, and also to understand what are the mechanisms, what are the variables that can explain this risk. And in order to do that, we needed to create what we call the assessment app. So that has got several instruments, some of them that were presented in these studies in the morning. So it has a battery of tests and several other ways of detecting problematic usage of the internet. And we needed to build an app that young people in schools would use in the first cohort, so the assessment study, that is the second that is here. And after that, we've continued developing the app in order to include interventions that work, that are going to be tested also, interventions to deal with this problematic usage of the internet. So I'm going to give you an example, some examples of how we have involved young people in the development of these apps. So basically, we have this transdisciplinary team. So we have researchers from psychiatry, so health research and sciences, psychiatry, clinical psychology, experts in digital psychology, PUI, PUI research methods experts. Then we have the technical team that is developing with the software the development of the app, and we have users. And these users are young people from 12 to 16 years old, what we call the ambassadors, that come from 9 different countries. They are based in schools, and these ambassadors help us in the development of the app, but also in the other research projects, tasks that I've mentioned. Also, we have the boot crew that are young people. Some of them are here. They are older, and they are experts on PUI and mental health. And so they also work with us in order to combine, in order to translate what is in the book, what is in the manual, what is in the IPACE model, what we know science says regarding how should PUI be assessed, how should PUI be treated, in order to translate that into an app that young people are willing to use. So this is the design, we use this design thinking approach that requires this designing how we are going to combine these 3 areas, that is what we want to do, what is desirable from a human point of view, what is technologically possible, and what is economically and in the time frame of the project possible. So we have to combine these 3 areas in a creative way, in fact. So I'm going to show you how we have done this. This is the second app, so the intervention app, and sort of show you the process. In green, we see where young people have been involved. This was 1 year. We only had 1 year to develop the intervention app. And so starting the planning phase, we had to work together, thinking the design on how to involve all the stakeholders. And so we've done that previously. And then we've done a meeting with the boot camp in person with researchers, young people, and the developers in 3 days, very intensive meetings where the ideation, and I'm going to show you some examples, where the ideation of how the app would be was made. So much suggestions, many possibilities came up, and then those that were possible were included in this final intervention design. And then after this programming and having a first prototype, young people were then again involved, but this time online with surveys and focus groups to test. And then a third iteration where after refining, there was a fine tune. And finally, after 1 year, we had the app ready, and currently it is being tested in the schools in the several countries, participating countries. So our starting point was, okay, we know that emotion regulation is involved in a problematic usage of internet. So I use internet to relax because I'm nervous, I feel to forget, to feel better, to calm down, or as an impulse control mechanism, that is, I can't avoid it, I can't stop. Okay, so the idea is that the app and what we know regarding the mechanisms of PUI is that these 2 mechanisms must be handled by the intervention. so they should be there in the app. So this means that if we want to involve young people into translate this into the functionalities of the application, we need to create workshops, to create interaction with young people, so that they tell us in a very fun way. And this is not because it's young people. This is design thinking always do this, because we have 3 days and very demanding, where we are taking out all the ideas that people have, but in a very structured way. For instance, this was the plan that we had for these 3 days in the boot camp, where we have several activities, and it seems games, but the idea is that young people inspire us and give us information that needs to be translated into the functions of the app. I'm going to show it's better. So I'm going to give examples of some of these activities here. First, the astronaut story. In the first boot camp, so we had 2 boot camps devoted to development of the app. We needed a storytelling. That is, young people told us, why am I going to answer all these questions? I need to have a purpose. The app needs to guide me. I need something to... So the idea that came up was that the app could be about an astronaut, a space shuttle that is lost in space. And in order to come back home to Earth, they need to fill up some questionnaires, and they will start gain some points, like oxygen, to come back. And then there's a problem with the map. They lose the map. So if they fill in some questionnaires, they will be willing to have the map to come back. So make it in a way that tells a story. So this was also proposed by young people initially in the assessment app, and it was used for the intervention app. So basically, the idea is that for this problematic usage of internet intervention, digital app, what young people will have is the story of the astronaut. And 2 minutes. This is 2 minutes. Okay. An example of one of the activities that we've done with young people. We've asked them, okay, so you will need, we need to create a story that will allows us to sorry, no, I'm quite, 2 minutes, I don't know what to, okay, I'm going to show you some examples to show how creativity, how rich it is to ask young people to imagine that the astronaut needs to regulate his emotion, and how the story would be, and how it will appear in the screen. Another example. So this is about how in these workshops we have an incredible amount of ideas, and then we vote in one idea, so we converge these possibilities. And so regarding this possibility that was voted, we can again have lots of ideas, so there's no limits. And so this is really inspiring, because not everything is possible to implement, but this gives researchers and developers a guide on what can be done that is interesting from the point of view of young people. This is something that an adult cannot think of. For instance, this activity, let's help the astronaut to make a list of activities that could make him feel better in dealing with his emotions. And in order to do this, we've proposed a bingo. So you see, it's always, we always have to devise, to co-design a way where young people, in a funny way, will inform us on information that needs to be in the app. Like, for instance, these emotions, something that you do when you feel frustrated, when you feel sadness, anxiety, etc., which are emotions that underlie problematic usage of the internet and should be included in the app. Another activity, another example, imagine that there's a button that could be pressed to help people control impulses. How can we help the astronaut control his impulses? So we made a game where if teams, if they when they identify one activity that helps control an impulse, they get 1 point. So it was a very intense but very interesting and inspiring boot camp, and this again links with this idea of design thinking, that it is ideating, inspiring, but then implementing. And finally, just to show you how we went, it was really, at the end, we could propose this task, which is quite complex. That is, okay, so let's make a narrative that is using this story of the astronaut. Think of a journey of a user that takes them a while, and in that journey, you will have to include a content, educational content on emotional regulation in one format, another emotion regulation performed by the user. These are aspects that the theory says that must be in the app, like breathing exercises. So this is quite complex, and in fact, young people were able to construct this narrative, and you see lots of alternatives, lots of ideas that researchers could not really do it without young people. So I think this illustrates how important it is. Just to finalize, 1 minute, I would like to show you here something in the next phase. I don't know if it works. Online, we ask young people, is it working? No, it is not. Let me see. Is it? No. It doesn't appear then, but it's okay. It's okay.
I can show like this, and then it will work.
Ah, no. Okay. So here it was the implementation of one possibility, a functionality in the app to train a breath exercise to train relaxation. And so it was proposed in the boot camp, and it was then implemented. And then in the iteration of validation and fine tuning, we asked young people how it was. So they tested it. And here are some of the feedback that they gave us, and it was possible then to implement some of them. So to finalize,
can you use your pointer too?
we can go to the other one. Yes. So to finalize, in fact, why involving young people and why having co-creation, a co-creation approach in BootStRaP and in the development of interventions in PUI, it's absolutely central. And this was a text that was presented in the boot camp to young people during the workshop. It is precious for us, and it is also an opportunity of learning for researchers. To involve young people and to have their voices represented and in this project and in this app. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you. Now we go to the very short presentation by Professor Luca May Brady. Professor is a reader in Youth Involvement and Health Center for Public Health and Community Care, University of Hertfordshire, where she leads a program of research around children and young people involvement in health and care services and research, including supporting the involvement of young people in large research studies and clinical trials and community-based co-production projects. So, Professor Brady, now it's time for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, great. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll keep this brief because I know that, yeah, presenting just before lunch is always the tricky slot. So, but yeah, just to say as well, just to acknowledge our colleagues in Youth Mental Health who are leading on the work around youth involvement in research. And obviously some of the boot crew who are here today as well. So just briefly, so what we're talking about when we're talking about public involvement is around this first one. So it's around involving children and young people in the design, the delivery of research, policy and other interventions, as opposed to participation. So we've heard a lot this morning, there's been some great presentations about working with children and young people as sources of data, as participants in research, which is obviously also really important. And again, I'm thinking about the next phase of the project, which will be focusing on engagement, and thinking about where information and knowledge about research is provided. So it's about sharing information about research to the public, which again with a project like BootStRaP is also really important because we can develop the greatest apps and interventions in the world, but if young people don't know about them and use them, as Celia said, then they're not going to go anywhere. But my area of interest is how we can involve children and young people in doing research, which is so building on what Celia has just been talking about. Sorry, there we are. So it's really kind of thinking about, quite in traditional research, we talk about we do research to young people or for young people. And what we're talking about in co-creation, public involvement, is about doing research with, and in some cases by, young people. So co-design is very much part of that process. And I think that's really important as well, thinking about how we can do research with them. And so this comes from the National Institute of Health and Care Research in the UK. And I think sums up really well why this matters. So obviously, children and young people are affected by the research that we're all doing around problematic use of the internet and the policy and implementation of that research. So they have a right, there's a kind of rights-based argument, they have a right to have a say in it. They also provide really important different perspectives. And Celia gave some really brilliant illustrations of how young people's perspectives have shaped what we're doing in this project. And also making sure that we tailor it to their needs and to things that actually work with them and engage with them. So it makes what we're doing in the project and in this work more relevant. But also pragmatically, research funding bodies, ethics committees, people are increasingly expecting to see public involvement. You don't get a lot of research funded if you don't have some involvement. So I think there's that as well. And I think certainly some researchers are kind of motivated to do it because they really care, and some do it because they have to. And I think a bit of that kind of carrot and stick is really important. So it's really about the kind of the ethical, the moral argument for involving young people, but also the fact that it does have an impact. It makes research better, it makes apps, interventions, services better. And it's also a requirement increasingly for policy as well. And I think coming back to that rights argument, I think it's essentially it's kind of taking a step back from what we're doing to why we're doing it. I think to come back to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and obviously thinking about Article 12, and all children and young people have a right under the UN CRC to have a say in things that affect them. But also Article 13 is very relevant to this work, about them having a right to seek, receive and impart information and ideas of all kinds, and also information to help them stay healthy, including mental health. And I think it's really struck me, I think in the UK, there's been a lot of debates lately about a social media ban for young people and all the pros and cons. And what's really struck me is I've heard an awful lot of adults talking about what should happen and why it should happen and how it should happen. But hardly any children and young people are involved in those discussions. And I think that's really, really important too. You know, as a parent of teenagers, you know, they definitely have views on this. And I think it's really, really important that actually, rather than imposing these things on young people, we involve them in creating the solutions together. And I think just to kind of expand on that a little bit, so Professor Laura Lundy, who's based at the University of Belfast, developed this really simple but really powerful model, kind of just getting into a bit what that Article 12 right to have a say means in practice. And I think what we quite often do in this space is the kind of that space and voice bit. It's kind of, you know, that's you know, we create an opportunity. We create something like the boot camps or the ambassadors program or the boot group. We create space for young people to come and have a say and to have a voice. But what we don't always pay enough attention to is the other two elements. So how do they have a say? Who hears what they've got to say? And really importantly, what difference does it make? You can quite often get quite tokenistic involvement where, like, oh, look, here are some young people, and we've listened to them, and aren't we great? But actually, what difference does it really make? And I think what we've been talking about in this study is evidencing that. So I think it's really important to look at the impact that their involvement makes and to document that. And so what we've done, I mean, just to kind of briefly kind of wrap this up really with this, is we've looked at, obviously we had the series of boot camps which Celia's talked about, and they've been really central, and I think that's been really key in terms of having young people's involvement at key points in the project. But I think also the fact that they're in person, that we're bringing together young people from so many different countries, and yeah, full credit to my colleagues who are involved in organising all the logistics of that. But I think also thinking about kind of what helps, so in terms of making that fun and engaging, because I think the in-person nature of it is really important too. I think actually getting the young people to come together, making sure, you know, Celia said about all the kind of creative activities that people have developed, making it fun, making it engaging, having games and icebreakers and time for socialising is really, really important. But also the fact that it's those boot camps are also co-facilitated by UA Youth Mental Health and by members of the boot crew, so they're Young People's Advisory Group. So having young people involved in delivering, not just being on the receiving end, is really important. But the other element that's been really critical is about having input from researchers right across the study. So the boot camps are kind of, you know, have sessions run by researchers from right across the project. And again, that's really important too, that it's embedded in what everybody's doing. I think what can sometimes happen is people like me are kind of brought in to kind of do the involvement bit. And actually, I think it only works well if everybody's kind of invested in it and can see the value of it. So I won't go through all of this because of time, and also Celia's already covered a lot of this, but I think just thinking about kind of, you know, we've made sure that we've involved young people at key stages, and also the other thing that's been really important is we've fed back what difference their involvement has made. And I think that's really key as well, that not just to involve young people, but make sure they know how their involvement has made a difference. And I think the same with the second one. I think we've kind of made sure that we've done that all the way through. So the kind of feedback and discussion is really, really key. And then we've got the third boot camp, which is starting tomorrow. I think all the young people are kind of either arriving or on their way now. And again, I think that's really really key. And I think there's a number of ways in which that's going to be really important. The first is about thinking about implementation. So what are the changes that young people want to see? Thinking about ideas about fundamental digital human rights. So coming back to that kind of rights-based approach. What changes do young people want to see? And then thinking about implementation, so using case studies and kind of real-life examples to kind of think about, okay, so this is what we want to see, how can we make that happen? What matters to young people? What are their recommendations for policy and practice? And then lastly, thinking about dissemination, about how can we actually share these, how can we communicate these policies, these ideas, these tools that are being developed, both obviously to people who are working with young people, but also to young people themselves. So yeah, I think we're looking forward to a great few days where we can start to put a lot of this into practice. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Brady. We're really looking forward to working together with you over the next 3 days in the boot camp. Thank you. And now it's time for a lunch break. So do not forget to grab your lunch boxes at the end of the corridor, and please find a space for to eat your lunch at the restaurant. The door is open, so you can sit or be wherever you like. Pietų pertrauka, susitinkam 2 valandą.
We will meet at 2 p.m.
Smagiausia. Ačiū labai.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming. I want to join thanking the institutions that are holding our meeting. I think that we are very, very honored to be here. And I wanted to join thanking the board of the Parliament and the Ministry of Health for having hold this meeting here. Well, this session is more focused on the policies. So I think that this is a burning issue that it's important to know what can we do with so many regulations that appear from one country for another country. So we have several experts on this topic. The first expert is Andrés Román Restarazu. He is psychiatrist. He is group leader in mental health and assistant professor at the University of Cambridge and assistant professor at University of Maastricht. His line of research has been the relationships between health policies and economics and with the public mental health. He knows a lot about this. He has just recently published several papers on policies mapping, so I think that this will be very interesting. And his talk is Policy Mapping of Problematic Internet Use Across Europe. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, for the introduction. So I felt very special being here for all sorts of different reasons. The main reason was that I was picked up from the airport and came straight to Parliament. That doesn't really happen in research very often. And that's good. I think it's really good to get that importance, of course, in the issue of problematic use of the internet. So, as Jose very well said, we've been working as part of the BootStRaP project as well in like a sub area, which is answering the very basic question of what is the policy problem of problematic use of the internet, what are the methods that we need to use to try and define this issue, and also what are the impacts on the policy agenda that this has had across Europe, and not just Europe. We also extended our work slightly into countries of the G7, so large high-income countries and large economies. And to start with, I think probably you already are expert on the topic, much more than I am, is defining the issue of what is problematic use of the internet. And you know, as we have discussed throughout today, it's a maladaptive, or excessive online engagement that produces functional impairments, harms to health, social, academic, and vocational outcomes. Now, as Jose said, I'm a psychiatrist, but I have a different hat as well as a health economist. So one of the things that's really important is to precisely have discussions about the societal harms, and specifically, of course, vocational outcomes and how that has impacted children, but also overall society as a whole. And the important thing here is that we need to treat PUI as a policy-relevant umbrella construct, not purely as a clinical label. And why is that important? So I'm a psychiatrist, as I said, I have two hats. On one hat, of course, I'm a clinician, and I like to classify things, describe them, and try to treat them. And then on the other hand, I'm a health economist, in which I see social problems and policy responses to social problems, not exclusively from a categorical diagnostic framework, but in a, let's say, more varied scope that includes harms that might not be purely clinical. And we will talk about that throughout the presentation, because it will be based, of course, in this concept of user engagement that is very important in any discussion, of course, about what policy is in relation to PUI. Now, the issue around PUI, and this is also related to, let's say, the work that we're doing in the BootStRaP is why are adolescents so crucial? And there's a few different things. The first is the level of digitalization, of course, that we have experienced in society has had different, let's say, impacts across different ages. And adolescents have the, let's say, profile of being both high-frequency digital users, but also developmentally more sensitive to social influence, reward cues, and peer pressure. And of course, that leads into a series of issues around, for example, mental health, body image, functioning, and also safety. Now, I also make the case, maybe in a different time, that this is not exclusively an adolescent problem. And we're working now on trying to define the issues that might be more important in adults. One of them is driving while tech. So, you know, the amount of traffic accidents that tend to happen with very serious consequences of people actually texting while they're driving, where we have a much more lenient approach that if people were doing shots of vodka. But that's a different, let's say, conversation. But it's also very important precisely on trying to measure this concept. And the issue is that policy has always tried to discuss these problems in a way that is what we call upstream. So, you know, it starts by policy design, but in response to, let's say, a sort of effect. In this case, of course, the design issues, the accountability issues. But the problem we've had, specifically around Europe, is that that's also balanced against the commercial priorities that, you know, optimize engagement over well-being. And specifically looking into design algorithms that manage sensitive information in the case of children, or for example, there are recursive iterations of exposure, or just generally speaking, exposure to content that we wouldn't allow in any other type of media to happen. And I think this is what we were basically trying to answer in the papers that we worked on. So we've decided that we wanted to create 3 different papers. So the first paper was, what's the Commission doing about this? Okay, you know, the Commission and the European Union itself is, of course, based on the premises of free flow of goods, services, and people. And those are 3 tenets that are crucial in any European policy, and that means, of course, that any EU digital governance and public health agency and policy needs to respect those. Now, the other problem you have in terms of that was that we wanted to also question what is going on in terms of this intersection between a devolved, or not devolved, it's never really been integrated into, of course, EU policy health, and what happens, of course, with other, let's say, areas of the Commission that work, for example, in terms of market development or regulation around tech companies. So we created a paper, which was the first paper of 3 that we worked in as part of the BootStRaP project. And then we divided that into, because, you know, having 15 country papers is a bit too much, so we divided that into about 7 European countries, which were namely the Netherlands, Spain, Hungary, Lithuania, Portugal, Estonia, and Switzerland. And then also 8 countries, which were the large economy countries, which were basically UK, France, Germany, Italy, Australia, Canada, the US, and New Zealand. And we were able to create a cluster of 2 different, slightly different types of profiles in terms of the policy processes, because in one we had small to medium-sized countries inside the EU, well, with the, of course, inclusion of Switzerland, but then in the 8-country comparison, we had mostly, you know, G7 countries, including the US, and of course Australia and New Zealand as well, because it was interesting for us to include those, because they shared some of the policy frameworks, of course, of Britain. And what we did was that we wanted to create a shared analytical task and basically map what type of existing digital market safety and health policies there was across these different countries, addressing precisely this issue around PUI and adolescent mental health. And the framework that we use is something that we created, I created in the past, working on a series of other sets of paper, and it's something that is used in policy quite commonly, and it's a path dependency, which means that We include past laws that tend to be foundational regulatory choices that countries or supranational institutions like the Commission make, and then critical junctions around new risks, digital reforms or social changes, and then, of course, lock-ins, which are existing legal frames that shape available options that then, of course, address current gaps or not. As you will see, this is a very polemical issue because it's not necessarily the case. Now, why is it important? Because we are dealing with one of the most important processes, policy processes around digital safety, regulation, governance, however you want to name it. And there's been quite an interesting amount of work, not exclusively by the Commission, but by individual member states in the Union and also across other countries in the G7, precisely looking at this intersection I mentioned before, and what are the priorities that policy should integrate. So, for example, what are the priorities for the creation of market conditions for tech companies? Now, I don't know if you're aware of this sort of measures of economic growth, such as the Standard & Poor's 500 companies or the Big Seven. So it's the largest 500 American companies. The biggest 7 of those, I mean, they're all tech companies, so they're a large chunk, of course, of the American economy. And that produces a series of difficulties around trying to regulate and create policy around that. Now in Europe, I don't know if it's lucky or not. I mean, the Commission will say that they would like to have large tech companies like Google and Apple and Amazon and whatnot. Europe has not been able to create companies of that scale. And of course, it's easier to regulate when you don't have those companies. I mean, I wonder if we had a different position, of course, in Europe, if we wanted to maybe regulate Volkswagen and Volvo, And usually, what happens in Europe is that if you don't have an interest, it's a bit easier to produce these critical policy junctures where you will be very, let's say, critical of what's going on, abroad. And of course, there's other issues that are really important for the Commission, mostly around telecommunications, data, and cybersecurity regimes. So data is the other huge issue that PUI doesn't really approach because it's much more, as I was saying, about this kind of clinical phenomenon. But all the algorithmic, endless scrolling is based on data. I mean, you're selling your data to large tech companies that then target you with a bunch of products, basically, that they're trying to sell you something. And what we did, of course, as I mentioned, is that we produced, this is the sort of search strategy. It's slightly different than a systematic review because you don't do the systematic review across published peer-reviewed paper, but rather in a policy repository. So all law needs to be somewhere, kept. So if you go here across the road, you will see the National Library of Lithuania. In the National Library of Lithuania, any law that has ever been enacted in Lithuania is probably, in a repository that people can go and, take a look at. And it's the same now with all countries, and it's part, of course, of the Eurolex platform, so you can very easily look at any policy or any that type of policy instrument that's ever been enacted. So we did that, and then we also included some binding legal instrument that were prioritized, and strategies and programs sometimes only where we assumed that they were relevant. What we found was that we found about 55 instruments across the EU that were done at the European level, about 70 in the 7 countries I mentioned, and then, of course, 85 across the other countries that we included that were a bit more in the Anglo-Saxon sphere. And I think that the main finding, and I think that's really important to also try to frame this. I mean, we were basically trying to look at what was the common story that we could find across, for example, the European level policy making. And what we did find is that the EU is really keen to regulate markets, and there's a huge drive to market regulation, governance structures, but there's not a single platform or policy discussion that's ever been had about health effects of the regulation of this type of companies. For example, in the case of GDPR, it's about e-privacy, cybersecurity, consumer protection frameworks, but tend to be almost always indirect. There's never a mention in consumer protection, for example, of the possible health effect of any of these platforms that need to be GDPR compliant. And what is really interesting as well is that GDPR compliance tend to be much better than let's say, any kind of restrictions that have been instituted since we started working on this type of paper. And I think the main implication, of course, is that the health and social policies do exist, but they've never been connected to adolescents and PUI, and they've never really been discussed, even in the larger affectation of what PUI is and produces. So the main implication, again, is this kind of, where does PUI sit between digital markets, safety rights, and health? And there isn't really any discussion about trying to create an integrative policy framework that will integrate that into any Commission work. Now, there is, of course, the argument that one could make in relation to precisely health not being one of the attributes that the Commission will do. But they do, they do regulate other areas. So, for example, I don't know if you've ever seen the infinite lawsuits that the Commission has had to deal with in relation to people claiming that they were in the pictures of the cigarettes. And there's a whole department that deals precisely with those kind of things, alcohol and tobacco regulation. So what is interesting is that it tends to be a very much a pick and choose approach in which public health issues tend to be discussed at the European level. Policy implementation and regulation about these issues has not reached that level yet. And this is the timeline. I recommend you to pick up on the paper because this is just to show what we did because I'm not going to go in all the detail of that. And basically, it's the first piece of legislation was the Commission directive on competitions in the market for telecommunication services, which is a 1989, I think, piece of legislation that came out of the Commission that started a framework of how things should be regulated in what they used to call telecommunications. This is way before the internet became massive across Europe. There's also the issue about AI. I think this is another very big problem in the sense that PUI somehow seems to be very much mutating as these problems tend to move on from their original problems. And once they move, I think they tend to integrate whatever technology, let's say, improvement or developments have happened in this area. It's a very interesting aspect because, of course, AI regulation is one of the top priorities in the European Commission. It has not specifically dealt with the problems that people have raised about this. So, for example, I don't know if this is a very crude term, this sort of idea that the internet content is actually not even being produced by humans anymore, but it's just like a sort of recursive AI-generated sort of content creator in which humans are the recipients of AI-generated whatever streams or whatever you want to name it. And that, of course, is a really important issue that the AI bills that are being discussed currently in the Commission are not really picking up on. The other issue as well is what is the logic behind any of these bills. The market logic, of course, is crucial. Europe wants to have a piece of the pie of big tech. And it's really important for all sorts of strategic reasons. I don't know if you have ever had the chance to go to China. Anyone raise their hands? Who has been in China? So have you ever noticed, if you're in China, the internet is very different. It's quite different. It's not quite the same. It has a different flavor. It has a very Chinese flavor, of course. And the same apps that you have here, they're not there. You cannot Instagram things. Google Maps doesn't work the same way we are used to work here. Their coordinates are different. And they have made a very categorical, I think, decision to not integrate into this sort of ecosystem dominated by these big 7 companies. Now, of course, as I said, it's way easier to regulate when you don't have an economic interest. And Europe is in that position. We have developed from industrial products into the biggest European companies these days are luxury products, things like LVMH, Hermes. We're not really having the same predominance in this world as we used to have, back in the day, in which, of course, technology was quite different. And then the other thing, probably Professor Marzusi can discuss that as well, is the issue around EU policy and fundamental rights and data, which is also a really important part of their work on what the Commission does. It's not my area of expertise, but as I said, I delegate on Professor Susi on that, because, of course, there is an interest on privacy, and there is an interest on protection of fundamental rights and how they are applied in this type of platforms. And then, of course, the sort of mixed market health, which is a very, let's say, kind of afterthought or very indirect way of dealing with the problem. And then the health and social impact of that, which again is probably in the priorities the lowest. So yeah, most instruments are designed around market integration, data governance, or digital sector regulation. And there's very sparse regulation specifically addressing any health concerns around that. So again, I mean, in the 7 countries, I mean, the shared pattern that we found is laws generally addressing data protection, cybersecurity, digital markets. One of the few areas where we did find actual consistent regulation in the areas of PUI was gambling. So gambling has always been the most, let's say, accepted behavioral addiction. I mean, and there's ample evidence base, and we have an interest, and there is an interest on the Commission precisely on regulating this type of platforms. So most of the specifically targeted issues around PUI were, of course, dealing with the issue of gambling. And then the other one is content and safety or minor protection. Again, not naming PUI directly. I mean, we have had a whole discussion recently, of course, about access of minors into this type of platforms. Some countries have already enacted law around access of, children into, let's say, online pornography or, age verification systems. And also the possibility, I mean, in the UK, a child below the age of 16 is not legally allowed to actually sign a contract. I mean, that's not a legally binding contract. In any court of law, that's very easily to prove. Somehow, they're still able to sell their data to Instagram, and Instagram is very happy to take their glorious data and make money out of that. There's, of course, the legal precedent that, could basically fundamentally be challenged in the sense of what kind of legal capacity a minor will have to sign a contract precisely doing this kind of things. I think from the individual countries, I think the main thing, and you can look at the slides individually, is basically strong digital market-oriented regulations. Some countries have also, let's say, a very strong data protection framework and consumer protection. I think one of the interesting things was Switzerland also has, and Hungary as well, has also very interesting regulation specifically targeting gambling. And that was also one of the things I thought was quite interesting as well. The same for the case, of course, in the 8-country paper, we also found, I mean, I'm not going to go all over the 85 instruments because we're going to be here until probably August. But what I think is really important is that there has been regulation that I think in the larger countries have been enacted. So we have in the UK the Online Safety Act, the Data Protection Act. I think it's really important as well that there has been an interest in cyberbullying and harassment online. Canada has the PIPEDA and also the Digital Privacy Act. And there's also an Online Harms Act proposal. In Germany, there's a very intense focus on cybersecurity and data protection. There's a long history around that in Germany. And I think they have a very important, let's say, precedence on that. And there's, of course, the NetzDG and the youth protection laws as well. I think there are some also issues around Italy in terms of cyberbullying prevention laws. There's also the Media and Minors Code and also the Digital Republic that also deals with this sort of issues. And then in the US, it's interesting because the US is a very unique country in terms of policy processes. So when I wrote this paper, that was probably about a year ago. So one of the things that's really interesting is how reactive the US policy process is as a comparison to European policy. So, so you guys know what a giraffe is? So a giraffe is a horse seen by the European Commission. So you want to say, can you draw a horse, and you end up with a giraffe. So it's very interesting because the layers of complexity that the Commission introduces on any of these type of issues tends to be sometimes very interesting. I mean, if you have ever done any kind of engagement with the Commission specifically on grant applications or any type of issue, you will realize that it is complicated. Now, the US has a very different approach because, of course, it's a federal state. Now, the tech regulation tends to have both a federal and a state level, but it's also very much driven by the legal system in the sense of the process of currently the lawsuits against big tech and the issues that have been coming up, you know, and how exposure to children has, you know, pretty much been dealt with. And I think what I think is really interesting about that process is that, in a way, it's a bit of a bottoms-up approach. So instead of a giraffe, you start with a giraffe and you end up with a horse. And I find that it's interesting from the perspective of how things can be done in Parliament. I mean, if you do get enough political clout in the US Congress to be able to do that. And there's a series of child safety proposals, specifically dealing with the problem that we're commenting on. Australia, again, I think one of the most interesting things is the under 16 social media age law, a lot of age restrictions as well. And then France also has specifically proposals around fake news, sexual sexist violence laws, and very similar as well, of course, in New Zealand. Now, what did we observe in terms of the policy domains that were repeatedly linked to PUI? So the first one, as I was mentioning, was data protection. Data protection is crucial of any, let's say, policy intervention that the Commission has tried and done. It's mostly related as well to defending the three tenets of the common market, of course. You need to have data protection to be able to trade, travel, and move services across the Union. And then that links up, of course, with cybersecurity and how that, of course, produces an online infrastructure that is safe and risk devoid of any kind.
Andres, could you finish in a couple of minutes?
So I got two more things. And then, of course, we have content regulation, harassment, abuse, gambling, and platform design that I've already mentioned. And basically what we did was micro, meso, and macro. Those were the kind of points of analysis. How do individuals, platforms, companies, schools, and the kind of meso, and then macro, of course, societal values, markets, and public health governance. Now, and I'm going to finish in a couple of more minutes, I've got a couple of more slides, is that what is really important is that what is visible in research is somehow muted in law and policy. Okay, so there's a gap, and that's what I call the evidence gap. So you, for example, in the case of the place where I live, in the UK, the first law restricting the access of alcohol and tobacco to minors comes from the Liberal laws of 1908. And the first hard evidence that we had was from the doctor studies done in 1948 that linked tobacco to cancer outcomes. So what I'm trying to say is that I think researchers sort of wait until the evidence is so overwhelming that we can have certainty, and there isn't certainty in the policy world. It's completely different logic. And I think that has a series of implications. You need to name the problem, regulate upstream, embed in mental health, and of course clarify accountability. Because without measurement, without equity, without an evaluation of the policies that we have, and having a feedback, it's very difficult to move from policy mapping or policy impact into addressing the needs of adolescents and children. And then, I mean, I'm just going to skip this and just going to open up the discussion. I think the main point that I want you to take is how should policy move from managing discrete online harms to preventing these cumulative adolescent mental health risks, and how we can propose something that is sustainable, that addresses the concerns that we have, and that uses also the most important public health principle, which is, of course, the precautionary principle, and that means that if there is a doubt of harm, we should not try and support this type of platforms that might be behind this. So that's that. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry I took a little bit too much, or what, I don't know if that was...
Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Andres. Sorry, because when beginning the session, I was so concerned by time that I forgotten to introduce ourselves. So please, Stefano Palanti is sharing the session. Please, would you like to introduce yourself? Yeah.
Florence, Director of Institute of Neuroscience. I'm in the field now for 30 years. We are the pioneer in the field of behavioral addiction, so I'm very pleased to be here today.
Thank you, Stefano.
I'm John.
Yeah, and my name
former
is...
chair in Barcelona, and he's also part of the OCD group since 30 years, probably now. So.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Well, next speaker is Mart Susi. He is Master in Arts in Sociology from University of Wisconsin, Dr. Juris degree from University of Tartu in Estonia, and one of the main lines of his work has been the human rights protection, and particularly on digital rights, which is the topic that he's developing in our project. So he will talk about legal aspects of the digital environment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The slides don't work, but that is not important. Oh, they do work. It's not important because I told the organizers that I always prefer to send in the slides late, and then something happened between the time when I sent in the slides on Monday evening and between today's talk. So it's bad news for translators, because what I'm going to talk about will be completely different. What happened? On Tuesday, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced that the European Union is considering to move on very aggressively and start imposing ban on young people to use the internet and in particular social media sites. And because it is very immediate and because I knew that it will be also touched upon here in the conference, I thought I should perhaps concentrate on that from the perspective of law and human rights research. Because you see, always in these situations when there is talk about imposing certain restrictions and regulations and restricting the capability of young people to access internet, it has seemed to me that there is something missing. So today's short lecture's title will be The Missing Link, because I believe I discovered the missing link, and I would like to walk with you towards that road. Now, when Ursula von der Leyen was referring or was looking for an example, when she said that Europe will start to very quickly think how to limit the access of young people to internet, she was referring to the positive example of Australia. We all know that in Australia, the restrictive regulation was imposed about 1.5 years ago, but it's not a positive example. Actually in March 2026, there was published a study of what really has happened with that restrictive regulation. And the study found that about 75% of young people between 12 and 15 continue to use the same restricted platforms. Half of those people say it's very easy to circumvent the restricted accounts. And the conclusion is, it doesn't work. But what I would really like to talk about is there is an emerging narrative now when we speak about the need to restrict access of young people to the internet. I think nobody doubts, and especially the esteemed colleagues from the fields of psychology and psychiatry, we all feel that internet usage and abusive internet usage is damaging or at least very dangerous to the mental well-being of young people. But recently in Utah, in the state of Utah in the United States, which tried to impose the same restriction, the judge in Utah stopped that. Yes. The argument of the judge was that this restriction is violating the freedom of expression of young people. And I have seen it very often that in policy debates and discussions which influenced really the roots of the society, human rights argument enters sooner or later. And now the human rights argument has very clearly also entered this topic. Maybe you know, but I know already some names of scholars also from European human rights discourse who support the narrative or the idea that it's not justified to restrict the access of young people to internet sites and especially social media because of the human rights argument, because of the argument that they are then not able to express their views and they don't have access to information. What do we see here? We see here a human rights argument on the table. From human rights law and from human rights practice, we know that human right is something which should take priority over all other rights if there is a conflict. Human rights are always need to be given priority in any situation. So I was looking if into this argumentation could be entered a counter force, a counter argument, which is also on the level of a human right. So that we could say that now, when we speak about the justification of restricting the access of young people to internet and to social media, what is the counter-argument to say that it's okay to restrict their freedom of expression? It's justified to restrict access to information in social media sites. Because it can only be justified when we have a right which is on the level of a fundamental right. In my search, I stopped for the first, at the beginning, I stopped at a claim which is not very widely known. It is titled The Right to Mental Integrity, but very few of you have heard about it. It has been advanced by some scholars in Germany, and it is more an intellectual abstraction, yes, intellectual journey. The right to mental integrity is not yet codified in any international legal instrument. So I decided to look deeper. And you see, what is marvelous about conferences like this is that sometimes the reply to the question is just in front of you. And I would argue that the justification to limit the access of young people to social media and to internet, and to accept that it is justified to some extent, limit their freedom of expression and access to information. The counterforce is the freedom of thought. You see, the freedom of thought is something that we very rarely think about. Freedom of thought is nowadays, at least in European legal space and societies, considered to be one of the most fundamental human rights. But what is in the nature of any human right? In the nature of any human right is that if you have a right, you also need to have an obligation. For a very long time, it had seemed to me that the freedom of thought is an abstract entitlement, because how can government guarantee your freedom of thought? Freedom of thought is something which is internal. How can government come and say, yes, I allow you to think the way you want? Allow me a short excursion here. One of the first human rights documents in the world, 1789, the French Declaration of the Rights of Men and Citizens. If you look at the text, this text does not include freedom of thought. Around that time, the American Constitution was adopted, one of the oldest constitutions still in effect. It does not include the freedom of thought. It's not there. The freedom of thought entered the arena of fundamental rights after the Second World War. Yes, it has now been codified into the United Nations General Declaration. It's also in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, and also, of course, in the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights. And you see, when I said a few minutes earlier that if you try to think of the nature of the freedom of thought, how can government guarantee you that right? But I think in the example or in the situation when we speak about internet, and when we speak about the problematic usage of internet, it's actually the first example I know when we can see that there is a very clear interference and manipulation of the thoughts of young people. It's hidden, but it's very direct. We have seen a lot of evidence today. So my argument would be that when in the future people advance the claim that no, we cannot restrict the access of young people to internet sites and to social media because it would restrict their freedom of expression and access to information. As a human rights lawyer, I can propose a counter-argument and say it is justified because of the need to protect freedom of thought. It's the only justification I can think from the human rights perspective. And I'm not claiming authorship to this idea. Yes, it is quite possible that there are other scholars who have advanced the same argumentation. But if you want to take something with you, in addition to all the excellent presentations you have heard today, take something with you, take with you this idea that we can balance access of young people to internet because of the need to protect freedom of thought. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. It has been not just freedom of thought, but also food for thought. Thank you very much for your clean presentation. Now, we have a presentation by the group led by Salt Dimitrovics and Andrea Sacco, but they have not been able to come here. So we will have the presentation that has been video recorded. Salt Dimitrovics is very well known. He's a professor now at the College of Human Sciences and Culture at Flinders University in Adelaide, Australia. He has been working in substance use behavior and behavioral addictions, and he's a very well-known researcher. And Andrea Sacco is the head of the Center of Excellence in Responsible Gaming at the University of Gibraltar and member of the Addiction Research Group at ELTE Eötvös Loránd University, Budapest, which is also led by Sol Dimitrovics. So you can put the video recording.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Sacco, and together with Joel Dimitrovic, we would like to thank this opportunity to contribute to this important conference, connecting researchers, practitioners, policymakers with the aim of creating a safer online environment for young people. Our presentation will fit into today's broader aim of connecting research and practice, and we will present some key findings from 2 systematic reviews we conducted, focusing on the evaluation of existing video gaming and gambling policies worldwide. We live through an era of unprecedented technological change. Digital devices and online platforms are increasingly central in young people's daily lives, and with this comes a set of emerging risks. The focus of today's talk is on online gambling and online video gaming, 2 behaviors whose problematic forms are now recognized in the ICD-11 of the World Health Organization. In terms of scale, past-year gambling affects roughly 46% of adults and 18% of adolescents. Gambling disorder has an estimated prevalence of around 1.4%, and it's more common among men and those who gamble online. For gaming, around 80% of teenagers game, while gaming disorder is estimated to be around 3%, again, disproportionately affecting young people, being 2.5 times more common among them. However, harms are experienced also below the clinical threshold by people who do not meet the diagnostic criteria. One of the most important trends we are observing is that the line between gaming and gambling is becoming increasingly blurred. Loot boxes in video games where players pay for randomized rewards mirror gambling mechanics. Conversely, many gambling platforms are borrowing design features from video games to make their products more engaging. Young people are particularly vulnerable. They are exposed to gambling through advertising and sponsorship, social media influencers who might normalize gambling. They encounter these gambling-like features in games, and there is a risk that engaging with these in-game elements can serve as a pathway to actual gambling. Additionally, although gambling is prohibited for minors, unregulated gambling sites are easily accessible. And both gaming and gambling platforms are designed to be immersive, using techniques specifically intended to keep users engaged. Addressing these risks requires a comprehensive and coordinated approach, requires research, regulation, prevention, and treatment to work together. Giving a brief overview of the regulatory landscape starting with online gambling, there are broadly 3 models that countries used. The first one is prohibition, banning online gambling outright, relying on criminal law and domain blocking. The second is a monopoly or limited exclusivity model, where a state-owned or a single license operator runs gambling services. This is justified through public interest and harm reduction goals. The third one is a licensing or regulated market model, where multiple private operators may obtain licenses, which are subject to strict conditions, such as certifications and the requirement to implement so-called responsible gambling measures. In regulated environments, which is around 80% of the countries, good practices typically include age restrictions, usually under 18 or 21, responsible gambling strategies, including self-exclusion, deposit limits, advertising restrictions to protect minors, and blocking illegal operators. However, the reality of implementation is more complex, and there is a quickly changing digital environment causing significant changes, which brings me to our research. The picture for online gaming is even more fragmented. Unlike gambling, there is generally no unified legal framework, and video gaming is addressed typically through media law, consumer protection laws, communication regulations, gambling law, and data privacy laws. We see measures such as bans or regulations on gaming time, for example, in China or earlier in South Korea. Age rating systems, including advised age ranges like the PEGI in Europe or the ESRB in North America. And there is also growing attention toward gambling-like features such as loot boxes. The challenges here are distinct. First of all, restrictions for gaming need to be balanced with the recognition that gaming is, for most young people, a leisure activity with real benefits. There is also the blurring lines with gambling through, for example, skins gambling and random reward mechanisms such as loot boxes, a lack of regulation of risky game features such as addictive design elements, and there's also the problem of a lack of corporate accountability, where the responsibility for preventing harm is too often shifted into the individual gamers and the parents of young gamers rather than the platforms that design these mechanisms. To explore these questions and the evaluation of existing regulations systematically, we conducted 2 systematic reviews of the scientific literature, one on gambling policies and one on gaming policies. Both focused on policies relevant to young people. We searched 3 major scientific databases, Web of Science, Scopus, and PubMed, and included empirical papers that actually evaluated policies, legislations, or regulations, while we excluded those papers that merely describe policies without assessing in some way their impact. This slide shows the Prisma flow diagram, a standard reporting tool for systematic reviews, and summarizes our search and selection process, which resulted in 36 gambling papers and 43 gaming papers included in the final analysis. Among the 36 gambling papers, 88.9% focused on Western countries. The most common topics were the consequences of legalization, accounting for about 44% of the papers, followed by responsible gambling features, with the remainder covered advertising restrictions, prohibition policies, and in-play betting bans. Starting with prohibition. The evidence is quite clear that prohibition measures are difficult to enforce, with people easily circumventing restrictions, even in those countries where gambling is otherwise legal. For example, in Australia, about half of people who gamble legally also use unlicensed sites, and this is especially true among young people. In France, similar patterns were observed. Prohibition of specific products, like online in-play betting in Australia, is similarly challenging. Around 17% of Australian bettors continue to place in-play bets through alternative means, with higher associated risk of harm. Legalization, which is now a global trend in some form, increases gambling participation and also harms. However, it can help to channel new users to regulated, safer operators. It fails to redirect existing users away from offshore sites. A study from Quebec found that 82% of people who were already gambling illegally simply continued to do so after legalization. Legalization can also expand the reach of gambling to new populations. In Spain, it was experienced that the number of people seeking treatment for gambling disorder increased following the legalization of online gambling. The term responsible gambling covers a range of different measures, from warning messages, deposit limits, self-exclusion schemes. Investigations point out that while operators generally formally comply with the requirements, the presentation of these tools often lacks visibility and accessibility. For example, in the UK, mandatory risk warnings were found to exist, but presented in a way that was not visually prominent. Furthermore, having multiple operators with no national overview of accounts makes the application of these measures challenging. In Sweden, where a weekly deposit limit was introduced during COVID, its effectiveness was found to be undermined because players could very simply switch between multiple operators once reaching the limit at one operator. Another central problem with responsible gambling measures is that they are many times voluntary, and the burden falls on the individual player, not on the operator, and many people simply don't use them. For youth, specifically, policies tend to focus on age restrictions, and while these matter, they are simply not sufficient. Young people, unfortunately, regularly access unregulated gambling sites despite minimum age requirements. Regarding advertising, there is some regulation in many countries, but their scope is sometimes limited. Most restrictions focus on the protection of minors, but exposure through sports sponsorship, public outdoor advertising, and social media remains significant. One of the most important findings from this gambling review was that many policies have never been empirically evaluated. We do not know which regulations actually work, and there is an urgent need for more independent research to build the evidence base. Turning to the video gaming review, 43 papers were included, and unlike the gambling review, these were more geographically diverse. About 35% of the papers were from Asia, and 23% each from international samples in Europe. The most common topics included the regulation of loot boxes and in-game purchases, followed by the age rating systems. Age rating systems like PEGI are widely adopted and clearly have benefits. However, the evidence also reveals limitations. Their accuracy is questions. For example, PEGI has 5 age categories, but there is no independent assessment of whether these categories reliably reflect the actual risk of games. The ratings are advisory in most countries and carry no legal force. 25% of German adolescents report playing games with inappropriate age ratings, and in Spain, 32% of adolescents do not follow PEGI guidance. Furthermore, parents often do not enforce them either. Thus, at its present form, the age rating system has limited protective value. One of the frequently discussed policy interventions has been gameplay time restriction, most famously in China and South Korea, where governments impose limits on how long young people could play. The evidence regarding these measures was unambiguous. These measures were found to be generally ineffective and easily circumvented. In China, a minority of children engaged in more non-screen activities, but most either circumvented the restrictions or shifted from gaming to other screen-based activities. In South Korea, a law which used to ban gaming for those under 16 after midnight showed an insignificant reduction in internet usage, which was less than 5 minutes per day. South Korea ultimately abolished this law and shifted to a model of voluntary parental control. The regulation of in-game purchases involving randomization, for example loot boxes, is a critical and rapidly evolving area. However, the overall finding is that compliance is generally poor. In China, a requirement to disclose loot box odds resulted only in a surface-level compliance, with information being very hard to find for users. In the UK, despite regulations, only 7% of social media advertisements for video games discloses the presence of loot boxes. In Belgium, which introduced a general ban on loot boxes, 80% of iPhone games which are available in the country still sold them, and players can also very easily circumvent this ban by changing their country setting or using a VPN. However, there are some new developments in this topic. In March this year, PEGI announced that they will require games containing paid random items to receive a minimum age rating of 16. I also want to highlight skins gambling, using cosmetic in-game items as virtual currency for gambling, which is largely unregulated globally. According to a recently published rapid evidence review in the UK, there are 50 known skins gambling sites with 7 million user visits per month, and children as young as from 11 to 14 are also using these sites, twice as likely than young adults. It's associated with harm and may serve as a gateway to conventional gambling, but it falls outside the existing definitions of gambling, meaning it exists in a regulatory blind spot and introduces gambling to a very young age group. Our review points to the need of greater governmental intervention in online gaming. Industry self-regulation raises concerns. There are inherent conflicts of interest when the industry is regulating itself. Our review also flags some wider harmful and criminal behaviors that are facilitated through gaming platforms such as cyberbullying, online aggression, radicalization, and grooming. Existing legal frameworks, unfortunately, struggle to address these issues in the gaming context. Similarly to gambling, compliance, enforcement, and efficacy of many regulatory measures remains mostly untested and necessitates the further dedicated research and funding alongside the continuous monitoring of both new regulations and new technological developments. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge that this work, the systematic review, was conducted as part of the Council of Europe's Pompidou Group project. And I would also like to sincerely thank our co-authors, Leon Xiao, Callum Deary, Connor Heath, Orshoya Kirai, and Daniel King. This was a very short presentation of our results, but further information and more country-specific details are available in the systematic reviews. The gambling one has just been published and the other one is currently under review. You can find the references on this side, and if you have any questions, you can also reach us at our email addresses also on the slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, thank you very much for this presentation. And now is my privilege to introduce Dr. Ornella Corazza, that is a professor of addiction science at the University of Hertfordshire, and is also director of addiction science laboratory at the University of Trento. And she will give the keynote presentation about effective strategy for engaging policymakers, lesson from Italy and the UK. Thank you, Ornella, for being here today.
Lanti, good evening, everyone. Thank you. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here at the Lithuanian Parliament. Thank you very much for the invitation, of course. And it is a pleasure to share with you some of the insights on how policy making on internet use can be informed by evidence, especially in the context of areas that can affect children, young people, families, school, and society. I will give you an example of some of the work that we've been doing in the United Kingdom and Italy. Here's some disclosure on my side. None of this will affect the content of my presentation. I would like to start by presenting you briefly a summary of a court case which has recently been presented in California, Los Angeles, at the County Superior Court. It is the case of KGM, a young woman from California who started using social media when she was still a child. Together with her mom, KGM has accused platforms including Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and Snap of making her addicted and contributing to serious mental health problems. According to the claim, the platforms are not neutral. Instead, they are deliberately designed to keep users, especially minors, connected online as long as possible. In the KGM case, the design feature mentioned included infinite scrolling, autoplay videos, frequent notification, beauty filters that alter the face and the body, which increase comparison and insecurity among them. KGM says that during her teenage years, she spent more and more time on social media, often at night, sleeping very little and constantly thinking about the likes she received, the comments by others, and their physical appearance. She connects the social media use to depression, intense sadness, loneliness, anxiety, insecurity, suicidal thoughts, problems with her body image, sleeping disorders, and others. On her side, the mother claims that the companies did not provide clear information about the mental health risk for teenagers. She says that if she had known about the risk, she would have not given the mobile phone to her daughter. And here is the verdict. It's a lot of yes to a number of questions by the jury. Let me just read one of two to you, but they are all on my slide. Was Meta negligent in the design or the operation of Instagram? Yes. Was Meta negligent in sustainable factor in causing harm to KGM? Yes. Did Meta know, or should it reasonably have known, that the design of Instagram was dangerous or was likely to be dangerous when used by a minor in a four-syllable manner? Yes. And so on. The internet was once described as a space of freedom. It promised open communication, access to knowledge, creativity, participation, connection. For young people especially, it seemed to offer a new culture, a digital culture based on sharing, empowerment, expression, and belonging. But today, the benefits of internet are unclear. Social media use, extensive social media use, has been linked with isolation, cyberbullying, lack of privacy, anxiety, depression, lack of sleep, stress. We cover all this very well in the morning, especially for children and young people. Digital risks are evolving quickly, and governments are expected to respond also in a rapid way. This creates a real pressure on policymakers. But at the same time, it shows the importance of science. In the age of fake news and misinformation, science, with its integrity and rigor, can help to separate the evidence from fear, ideology, and industry interest. We talked also in the previous presentation about age bans. But are age bans really effective? Part of the answer came from our policy mapping that my colleague presented a few presentations before. And we've seen that the big elephant in the room here is very much the public health, the mental health aspects, which needs to be covered in these regulations. Restriction really need to be combined with education, but also participation with children, young people, families, school, policymakers, and all these groups should be involved in the solution. In a way, we should move from the question, should we ban this, to how do we prevent harm by educating, supporting, empowering, evaluating, and creating ourselves a safer environment. We really need to work all together to find a solution which are evidence-based. We all deserve, not only young people, a safer online environment. I would like to share now some of the work that we've been doing in Italy. One of these work is based on a social media prevention campaign on the problematic use of the internet. It was funded by our Ministry of Health. Yeah. Sorry, I need to go back. Yeah. So what we were trying to address with the campaign, we look at one of the most popular trends on social media. It's called Fitspiration, which combines two words, fitness and inspiration. We know that every day, millions of videos and posts are shared on social media, presenting a visual representation of a perfect body. Often they are Photoshop photos or generated by the eye. They show extremely toned body, and they promote physical exercise, extreme diet, extreme exercise, and sometimes the use of what we call image and performance enhancing drugs. We really live in an image-based society, where appearance is often seen as a synonym of success. And especially for young people, the likes that they receive on their post, the approval, the number of followers, are really linked to their own identity and self-esteem. With the campaign 100% Me, we try to prevent this type of behavior. Here are some examples of inspirational posts. And what we've seen from the study is that they are often linked, with poor quality of life, exercise addiction, body dissatisfaction, so objectification of the physical body, use of substances, and so on. So, we designed a campaign, but it was also a research study at the same time. It's extremely important to evaluate any type of intervention that we share out there. The campaign was co-created with young people, athletes, and artists. Also the arts should come in, especially when we need to communicate to simplify a very complex message in society. So we co-created the content of initially 5 videos. And we managed to stream them online. Even the making of the videos were extremely insightful for all the participants. We evaluated the impact of the campaign. We went into schools, participated at events, we added the videos on a new YouTube channel, and we did a pre- and post evaluation of the videos that we were showing. At the same time, we also measured the potential for behavioral change. The results, we've seen that even some brief video co-created with all the group had very significant led to very significant improvement in knowledge and awareness of the topic addressed, as well as a very strong potential for behavioral change. This was just the beginning. We launched our campaign in a public event. We invited the Italian Minister of Youth and Sport. We had over 250 participants, and it was very well received. But this was just the beginning. Once we launched the campaign and we had our public event, things start moving. We had a direct link with policymakers, and this led the University of Trento to sign 2 agreements with 2 ministers. The Ministry of Youth and Sport, who was present at our event, and the Ministry of University. This means that the university researchers will collaborate with the governments in terms of scientific research. We got a wonderful Spanish example here. We heard earlier on, training, prevention activities, awareness raising, dissemination, monitoring, and so on. It's extremely important for university and researchers to have this type of agreement and work in alignment with the government. We also had the Olympic Games. They just happened at the time of our campaign. We were able to show our videos to over 2.5 million visitors and 3 million watchers of the Olympic Games in different sites. this was extremely important for the visibility of our effort. This went also beyond. The campaign was seen, and we were invited by a museum, the local Museum of Science, to inform 2 public exhibitions that were open, are still open, but they were open at the time of the Olympic Games. So more visitors had access to our own material. It's an example that shows how we started little by a collaboration between different groups and how this snowballed in something bigger. Agreement with the government, presence in the museums, invitation to schools, and so on. Together with some colleagues, including Professor Pallanti, we also decided to contribute to the first Italian book dedicated to new behavioral addiction. We need to think of our students as academics. We need to have up-to-date educational material in our classrooms. And this was the first example at the national level, which really should be encouraged also in other countries. We've been invited to attend podcasts at the national level. We invited to present our book at the Italian Senate, so the Italian Parliament. And then we decided to create our own podcast channel. All this happened very quickly, in less than 1 year. We launched the podcast channel only a few months ago, and within months we've got over 1,500 listeners in 20 different countries. Again, the podcast channels relies on the contribution of students. And we really emphasize the role of lived experience of people affected by PUI. A successful example from Italy, but let's move to the United Kingdom. Initially, we worked with the Parliament in terms of occasional evidence. We were calling to Parliament to provide evidence on different topics. But from this initial relationship, something much bigger developed. We organized a couple of events the year after, and then we were invited to create a parliamentary group, all-party parliamentary group, which will launch in April 2025. At the moment, we got 16 MPs who are supporting our initiative for parliamentary office. And the benefits are very clear for all the parties involved. Parliamentarians, they can rely on very strong evidence base coming from researchers. For us, it's the access to new dissemination channel and the impact on policy making. And all this can really contribute to informed-based policy making. There are 3 lessons from all this that I would like to share with you. As a researcher, it's extremely important to understand how policy making works. Sometimes it's outside our expertise. We work closely in our discipline. This is a call to become multidisciplinary, to be able to understand how law is actually made and the work of policymakers inside their very busy agendas. It's also equally important to understand the moment when it's needed, when the evidence is needed, when is the time to intervene and propose the engagement. Lesson number 2, make science accessible. We all write peer-review publication, maybe publish in the top journal, and we move on with the other project. But what is important here is to be able to simplify the language so that it is understandable to policymakers or colleagues who normally don't read science. In a way, we need to become bilingual in both science and policy. We are talking about producing short briefing, use the plain language, propose concrete options, but be specific in the proposal. Lesson number 3, we already seen it this morning, the importance of meaningful relationship. We are not talking just about one-off intervention inside the House of Law, but is building meaningful relationship with the policymakers. Trust is fundamental in all this. Lithuania is already doing great. We feel extremely welcome here, and we are very grateful for this opportunity. So I strongly encourage the colleagues here to carry on this type of engagement with policymakers. Because PUI is not only an health issue, it's not only an education issue, it's not only a technology issue, it is a societal issue. Together, we should build policy driven by knowledge, responsibility, and shared commitment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ornella. Usually we don't have a discussion or keynote section, but in case someone wants to, so we can start the discussion, the final discussion. Ornella.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll move to the discussion part now. But before moving to the discussion part, I would like to thank the chairs of this session for doing a wonderful chairing. Thank you. Thank you. So the purpose of today's discussion is by bringing together researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and decision makers, we aim to build a dialogue and form an initiative group focused on implementing sustainable solutions and real change in the field of digital well-being. At the core, we are addressing a very practical question: how do we reduce harm to young people in digital environments and ensure their well-being is protected as much as possible? Not in theory, but in real systems, education, health, policy, and regulation. And today's discussion will be done in two parts. The first part will focus on strategic direction, and the second part will focus on evidence to real-world application and commitment. And because of our time is limited to approximately 1 hour, I will ask each member of the panel to be very focused and concrete. And please concentrate on 1 or 2 key points with a maximum of 2 minutes per answer. And where possible, point to what can actually be done. The goal is simple. By the end of this discussion, we want to clearly see what are the most critical priorities and how should we maintain communication for further action in this area. Let us begin with the strategic direction and what should guide our thinking and action going forward. And for this part, I would like to invite Professor of Psychiatry, Professor Stėblienė, Professor of Psychology, Inga Truskauskaitė, Lithuanian Liberal Youth President, Mr. Umberto Masi, and digital policy expert from UK, Professor Oreste Razu, and digital safety expert from Estonia, Professor Susi. So Professor Österazu, through your extensive work in public health sector and in policy, you developed a shared vision in this field. What is the one priority you say that all sectors globally must align on to move from discussion about problematic internet use to action, to actually assure important change in addressing problematic use of the internet? Just press the button.
Oh, there you go. Very fancy. So I think that the most important thing, in my view, is what I briefly mentioned in my presentation, is the idea of the precautionary principle. I think researchers are not, we do not have a monolithical approach in the face of overwhelming evidence. We're still finding it very difficult to prove a causal effect of exposure in such a complex phenomenon as PUI. But at the same time, we do observe I think the observational effects of these consequences in young children, adolescents, and also adults. So I think the precautionary principle needs to be at the center of any decision-making around policy initiatives, and I think also in the way that we see and tackle the problem. The other, I think, problem I see is this sort of idea of problems only being individual problems. So this idea that comes from psychology and psychiatry, in which we observe the effects of PUI at the individual level. I think there are also second-order effects of PUI that are way more complex than exclusively related to what individuals face, and they can relate to the effects of having, for example, an earlier age to the first time that children get exposed to pornography, to the way that sales are done online, to the way that the political discourse is also affected by the way that we engage with the digital world. And those effects are not exclusively psychiatric or psychological, but needs to be seen from a way broader base of analysis than we currently have.
Thank you. And I know Professor Susi just joined us, but stemming from this, so there is the precautionary principle and there is this individual level that we have to consider. So what is one non-negotiable principle from a digital human rights perspective that must guide any digital intervention or prevention strategy when we go forward? What are your thoughts?
Well, there can be many, but you ask only for one. And the one would be the engagement of an individual, a human being. In the other words, when digital interventions are being planned, when new tools are being developed, it should never be a situation when certain decisions are made only by an algorithm. There always needs to be a human engaged. It's a very complex situation. How many minutes I have, Julius, to reply? 2 minutes. I will give you an example which I guess many of you may know. You go away from this conference, you go to the airport, there are 2 planes, exactly the same planes, price the same, flight time the same. You are told that one plane is being flown by a human pilot, the other by AI, and you are told that most accidents happen because of a human error. But I can tell you, most of you would go to the plane which is being flown by a human, not by an AI. And that is the reason that for some psychological purpose, we still need to make certain that humans are engaged in all digital interventions. So have the human element, that's the answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we move with this discussion with the 2 professionals working with humans, being in close connection, seeing behavioral addictions, working with behavioral addictions. These are Professor Stiebliene and Professor Inga Truskowskaite. And question from me for you are that practitioners and scientists understand narrowing gap between clinical practice, research evidence, and political decisions at a national scale. From your perspective, what is the most urgent issue in young people's digital environment that needs a systematic response? So perhaps we go first by Professor Stėblienė, and then Professor Trzaskauskaitė could add.
Very good question, and today what we heard today in our conference and what we know from our research, that today we're talking about chronic impact of digitally mediated stress on our young people brain development and emotional regulation, and at the same time on identity formation. And I, as psychiatrist, have a great anxiety about changes in our brain of young people. Today, when we have knowledge about what does it mean anxiety disorders, what does it mean depressive disorders, and we know that changes in neurotransmitters level, in functionality of the brain, and even in morphology of the brain is related to these mental disorders. And today we are talking about our children, about our grandchildren, and about our young generation with increasing anxiety, increasing depressive disorders, increasing addictions, and data about relation between internet use and alcohol use disorders, tobacco use disorders, and even street drugs. It shows that brain is changing. It means that this problematic use could change all the generation. And we have in reality, we have to stop this process. And what we're doing now, shouting, talking, and going to the policymakers, that we have to do like conglomerates, like working together, healthcare professionals, schools, families, and policymakers to stop that urgent situation what we have in our mental health. And very urgent, it was data from Switzerland that increasing healthcare needs for young generation, for the children. It's also related to our day's problems, and we have to change the world just now.
Thank you. Hopefully we are successfully doing that. And Professor Trzaskauskaitė.
Hello, everyone. There are 2 points that I would like to share with you today. First thing is that we need to keep in mind that the digital world does not exist in vacuum. It actually usually only amplifies the vulnerabilities that the young people already have. If we look at the numbers of mental health problems in the young generations, they are already very high. And if we compare, for example, young adults up to 29 years old to older adults, like the numbers of mental disorders, they might be like twice as high as in other age groups. And of course, also the younger people are the users of the digital technologies. So I think that this is not, when we're talking about kids, maybe we can control and regulate, but when we're talking already about the adults, young adults, you cannot just say them, stop using the technology. It's not going to happen. What we do need to do is to build skills, and specifically the resilience that could, tackle, first of all, the mental health and also the self-regulation, which could be like the inspiration for taking care of themselves when we're talking about the lives of young people.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. And I'm now leading this discussion further. I'm just thinking, are we missing something from the young people perspective, as you, Professor, just mentioned, that we cannot just impose sanctions on them. And it's particularly interesting to hear thoughts from Mr. Masi, who is a youth representative. So could you share your ideas on what is the thing that institutions most often overlook when talking about changes and decisions with regards to problematic use of the internet?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today as the president of the Lithuanian Youth Council. I think the thing that is most overlooked is young people themselves. We are thinking about digital spaces and digitalization and the harm it causes to young people, but at least here we have a young person, and additionally in the audience I see young people and people of other generations, and I think this is a very grave issue in looking at how actually we take these decisions and how we make them. Because what we would be left without trying to engage those young people, we can push those young people away, in general breaking more trust, because it's not just a policy decision. It has a great impact on how young people socialize, on how young people participate, and on how young people see the world through the lens of social media, of their phones. Because the second point, I'll have 3 points. The second point is, and I'm also glad that today the adults are in the room, but it isn't always the case when we talk about engaging young people themselves. It's not the case, I think, that the iPad kids just went up and picked up those iPads and started playing games, downloading them, creating accounts on social media pages. I think what we are also missing is the collective responsibility that we have as a society to work together as young people, as adults, to actually create those environments where young people are safe. And it is sad to be, I'm sad to say and state this, but I think in a way we have failed, I think. Because until now, and I think it's no mystery to you all, that the people who run these social media platforms, they keep their children away from these platforms, and it has been confirmed various times. So I think it's good that we're actually moving and trying to solve these issues. And finally, I would very much highlight the fact that what comes next. What happens when we implement it, because I think, and it maybe is strange to hear from a youth representative to say, yes, we are sort of in favor, because the numbers don't lie. It's extremely clear that there are problems and there are issues, but how do we go about that is question number one. Question number two is, what are we going to do when we take away this? Because it's also a way how young people pass the time, engage, as I mentioned, and this has to be followed by very many, I think, steps in order to create young people who are engaged and to create these environments, these third places or third spaces that have been all but lost after the move and ever moving towards social and digital places, because we have realized now that, hey, we can do stuff digitally after the pandemic. But where is the infrastructure? Where are the possibilities for young people to form communities and strengthen bonds? And indeed, this does take an intergenerational, I think, approach, and also additional work on the real life and opportunities of young people.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts, and I'll use this opportunity because the whole day we were just presenting results and talking about policies, and at the start of the conference I shared this idea of dialogue. So please, if you have any questions for the panel members on the strategic directions that we have to make, this is a good time. So please introduce yourself, push the microphone button, and you may ask a question.
Hello, I'm Neringa Mažeikė. I represent Lithuanian Consumers Alliance, which is an NGO, and we are working for a project React pilot, where we are looking into negative consequences for minors' health in gaming platforms. Actually, we are lacking a lot information, some surveys and statistics on the negative effects, and this is very nice to find such a conference and to see that such an in-depth researches are going on, and I guess that maybe we can cooperate and make some result together. But from our point of view, we see that it's quite, we are quite fragmented, like policymakers, people who enforce the legal acts, lawyers, digital policy makers, NGOs are like on different pages, and I think that there is a lack of interaction. To my knowledge, it's not enough represented the healthcare professionals' position even in European Union legislation. I'm not very well informed, but I'm not sure whether health specialists are properly involved in the current legislation processes while simplifying the legislation of digital policy and the omnibuses, whether health experts participate properly while defining the criteria, what is considered as deceptive designs, deceptive and manipulative algorithms. So maybe you can just somehow respond to what extent do you participate in the legislation process. Another point, what I'm missing today in this discussion is the enforcement element. We have institutions, and of course the digital legislation is still quite new, but to our understanding it's quite still missing at least information for society, how the institutions cooperate. There should be some clear schemes how to report and concerning which questions to which institutions you should refer. For instance, like the case of sexualized content in Telegram, the recent issues, I think that there should be more public debate on that, and people should be informed, because consumers are actually not, so far, are not very well informed on even very simple rights that they have under Digital Services Act or any other European Union legislation.
So I'll stop you here, because we have a limited time to respond, because there are so many issues raised, and hopefully we'll...
But one more very important point is also the question of responsibility of digital services providers, because according to the Digital Services Act, Article 6, the general obligation is for the platforms to remove content when they are informed that it's illegal. But how should we treat from the legal point of view, like when Trusted Flagger, the last year, they, for instance, reported 6 million of scam advertisements which were removed by the platform, and 27,000 of fake accounts were removed. So, and this illegal content is again and again multiplied. Shall we consider that in such a case, when it's already reported and removed many times, Is the platform responsible, and do we consider that it's informed about the illegal content? So
Thank you. Hopefully part of your question will touch on the second part of the discussion, when, especially with regards to the enforcement issue, when we move to the commitment part. But I'm thinking about the topics that were touched on, fragmentation and regulation, and whether scientists and health practitioners are involved in this. So maybe starting by Professor Restarazu and then Professor Susi, do you have any ideas with regards to scientists being involved in policy decision making, whether they are part of what we just presented today, and yeah, and maybe if you could touch a little bit on the enforcement issue, that would also be very relevant. Probably Professor Susi could answer this.
So the great answer to all of that is it depends. So look, I think that there is this idea in policy, which I think is not necessarily the right idea, that somehow scientists are going to come in with guns blazing and a book of evidence and put it on the table, and politicians will listen to them, and suddenly the problem is going to be sorted because they're going to be on the right side of history. And I think that's not how policy works. We are literally dealing to a challenge, a regulatory challenge, that makes tobacco and alcohol look like kindergarten, okay? The amount of money that these companies represent is probably about 20% of the global GDP, okay? So, yeah, I mean, I have participated in policy processes. I have given evidence for the Digital Services Act. I don't think that that is really where the discussion is, leading to. I mean, I can provide, my parliament with evidence showing that kids that are self-harming and accessing anorexia content are struggling. And as you said, money is money. And specifically in this area, I don't think that thinking that somehow it is the responsibility of scientists to provide discursive elements to be able to create policy is the right approach. I think this is a civil society, broader civil society issue, and that involves all sorts of sectors, from, as you very well represent, I'm sure, consumer products to, and consumer rights, all the way up to enforcement agency, to civil society as a whole, teachers, students, etc. I don't feel particularly special talking about the evidence because I work in this area and I provide evidence, because I think it's kind of talking about people's experiences when they're already experiencing. I think probably 99.9% of people here in this room has had a social media account. And the best way I put it, in terms of, for example, algorithmic transparency, I don't know if you've ever done a check-in in Ryanair. The design is, let's say, they can get away with things, and that's just, like a silly little airline. The kind of things that you observe, the gamification of purchases that you might do online, the way that searches are going to change with the eruption of AI. I don't think those are issues that people are completely alien to. It's not that we're talking about a specific genetic subtype of cancer. It's just our daily life is being inundated by this type of experience. We know what it is. We know what it is to make a purchase at 10:30 in the evening before you go to bed because you've been bombarded and whatnot. And I think that relying on somehow the smoking gun to make a decision about policy issues is actually against the purpose of policy. If you look at tobacco, we knew that tobacco caused cancer from the 40s, and it took 40 years to be able to legislate that. Probably here back in the 60s, people were smoking cigars and pipes, and it was completely normal. And that was after 20 years of having known that it caused cancer. So, yeah, it's not like an easy thing. I think people rely on the scientificist argument too much for this type of issue. I think these are social problems, and I am a psychiatrist. I work with people that, have this type of problems. But somehow, I don't think it's science's role to create this discursive element, as I mentioned.
I would reply then to the question about enforcement. That is one of the main problem areas related to internet. Let me just give you one quick example. What's the difference between digital and non-digital domains? You have somebody who wants to publish in a newspaper information which you consider insulting towards somebody. You go to the judge issues an injunction, the newspaper is not published, and it may take years for you to go to courts and find out if the injunction was justified or not. If somebody wants to publish an insulting information on the internet, which very often happens, the judge is powerless. You cannot go to any judge. It happens, and even if the internet site then removes that information, somebody may already have magnified it, sent it to other sites. So enforcement, as we know it from the offline world, does not exist in the online world. So that is the main message. It is not possible to enforce your rights on the digital domain. And perhaps on more philosophical level, the meaning of what is enforcement, it changes. We are used to the situation that we have somebody to whom we complain. In the digital domain, there is no separation of powers. There is no legislative, executive, and judicial branch. It's the same internet company, the same big social media company who creates the laws, which we know as the community standards. Then we have somebody who is monitoring it. These are the people who are sitting behind the screens or an algorithm. And finally, we have a complaints board. Have you tried to go to the complaints board and said that your posting was taken down in an unjustified way? It's very difficult. So it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's main and yet unfortunate message. And you were talking about this digital, sort of the helplessness you might feel in front of the digital companies, and the Professor Resterazo also mentioned the profit they are generating, and they are sometimes using this as an argument when we talk about certain policies. So I was wondering of what are the young people's views on digitalization, particularly when it comes to addressing the risks associated with increasingly digital world, and especially with the companies with sometimes using addictive design. So Mr. Massi, could you expand on that as well?
While I do represent the Lithuanian Youth Council, I cannot speak for every single young person on their purview on social media. What I can speak on, however, is the fact that we've had very handily a sort of poll that we organized in a separate project, and out of 5,000 respondents, we gauged how many would or where do these young people gather their information, their news from, and also their habits, what they think about their screen times. And the large majority of the respondents do want to limit their screen times. I think it was over 60% that say, yes, I think I am using my telephone too much. However, we are in a world now where you literally have to be in the media or on social media to be seen. This is in the book by Professor Lindos Donskis and Zygmunt Bauman. This philosopher Donskis says, we are now in a paradigm where you need to be on social media, therefore I am. That is, I must be seen on social media, therefore I am. And it's a very grave, I think, situation for young people, because they do realize the harm, they can see it. I am of the opinion that young people are capable of understanding and of seeing and knowing the general trends However, especially when we talk about young people, this is when I'm saying young people, I mean 15, 16-year-olds, because we're talking about limiting up until 16, right? But we have 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, they do have a certain idea about life already, because they've seen what's going on around them, yet the problems begin when we put them, or we have this situation that I mentioned. That is, how are you going to be part of the discussions or engagement and socialization process with your peers if you are not on, let's say, Snapchat, Instagram, even TikTok? And that is extremely problematic. Now also to maybe finalize and regarding also another thing is that it's not just a mean to socialize, but also to get the news from those media platforms, right? And I'll say worryingly that in this poll that we had around when we asked basically how can we reach young people best? Through which social media platform? The top one was TikTok. And that is a whole different dimension of an issue that I will not touch upon today because it will take way more time. But to summarize briefly, I think young people today are now in a situation, as in many different, let's say, areas of policy, I'll say, where they're between a rock and a hard place. Yes, you want to limit your exposure to social media or to digital life, but how are you going to engage with the most part of your peers who may not think directly in the same way as you do? So I think this would be the main takeaway that I would share here today.
And in your message, you also mentioned that you feel that young people are really capable in making informed decisions if they have the data, they have the information. So maybe touching on that, Professor Tusoskaite, do you have some optimism in this area, you know, from the mental health perspective?
Absolutely, I do, and I'm really happy that you asked me because I wanted to say we need some optimism here, because what actually research shows and what I see while working with the clients, that actually not all participation in the digital world or not all participation in the social media is harmful. Some things are even useful for mental health. If you are using these platforms for what they were created, or at least seem to be created in the first place, right? For communication, for sharing, for building the network, for finding the people. For example, some of the, I don't know, very adolescents or young adults who feel like black sheeps in their environment, they can find the people they can connect with through the internet. And actually, this is a very good thing, and research states very clearly it can be useful if you're using it for socializing and, you know, taking care of your needs and building your network, building your resilience. In contrast, if you're using the social media for the, you know, passive observation, just scrolling, comparing yourself with others, then it might be problematic. And also, I want to share one other thing, that actually what our own data shows, that when people, from all the symptoms of the addictive social media use, the one that stands out is using social media with the purpose to forget your problems. I mean, like that when you're feeling bad, you're just to forget the world, you go scroll and you feel that the world doesn't exist anymore, right? And we found that in the youth subsample, we have one third have, you know, highly increased the symptom. And probably I think that going back to this idea that young people are capable, they can make the decision, but we sometimes need to empower them not by, making some restrictions, but by supporting where they actually need support. And in my opinion, one of this field is absolutely some mental health. And if we support the mental health, we might be seeing less social media addiction.
So, just very briefly, Professor Stėblienė, from the psychiatric perspective, from the strategic, looking at the strategic direction, how can we support, how can we strengthen this mental health with regards to PUI issues?
When we're talking about young people mental health, we have to start with the family, because the family is basic of our society. We have to talk with families, that families give more attention for the children, for the young, more communication, not only messaging, but just talking. Talking with mother, with father, with brothers, sisters, and this talking is very, very important. Because when you would like to decrease something, like internet use, you have to increase something in another position. So talking with families and giving information for families is very important. And we have to start from this basic and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So having heard of this, I would like to address back Professor Urastirazu. Having heard all this, where do you see the strongest alignment? I know it's hard to align all the different opinions and the words just said. We touched on the very different topics, the fragmentation, the personal responsibility, the capability of young people, the enforcement issues. So in the strategic direction, because you are an expert in doing all the mapping, so if you map out this discussion, what could be your message?
So, I mean, I don't know if I don't have a crystal ball, you know, but what I do think that's happening, and this is something that, I mean, when we started the BootStRaP project, we started working on it roughly, Julius, what, 2024? When we were working the proposal, we're now, well, 2.5 years down the hatch, and I think things have changed. So the kind of things when we started working on this project that are common to discuss these days, such as, for example, things like age restrictions or school bans. I mean, like school bans, you know, kids are not allowed to have a phone at school. I mean, to make that even a polemical thing for me, it's just, I mean, absurd, but you know, we need to go to that absurd to make sense of the reality we're dealing with. I think have become commonsensical. And I think from that common sense, it's easier to build bridges, to have a united front about what needs to be done, to have a minimum common denominator of policy, of discussions, of things that we think are important. Precisely looking at things that are very basic, in my view, such as school bans, such as that kids, in the case of Britain, but I think elsewhere, are not able to sign contracts before they're legally allowed to sign contracts with tech companies. That, for example, it is important that you know, attention is gold in young people, and therefore any distractions, of course, interferes with school performance, and that school performance is going to be at the center of everything in their future lives. So all of these kind of discussions that seem somehow lost, I think, have come back. And I think it's really important that we don't lose that focus about how things have been changing. I think there's also, I think, from the community of parents, teachers, an annoyance and I think a sort of mobilization, let's say, drive to try and make these issues that they face in the classrooms with the children, and also, as other people were saying, the children themselves and adolescents themselves saying, like, you know what, I just don't feel very nice after I've been 6 hours on my phone. I really want to cut my exposure. And the other thing, I mean, the other issue as well that I think is really interesting is how social media has changed. So it used to be, I mean, back in the day that people used to post, you know, things. Now you have this kind of what I call like the zombie society. So this sort of society of influencers, which are not really kind of the people that we're looking at. I mean, it's literally believing that, you know, somehow Michael Jackson is a role model. You know, it's just some sort of media creation, mostly self-managed, that produces a really odd effect. And if you look at this idea of people posting about their social life, the social aspect of social media is something that I think in general has almost disappeared. It's not part of the way that children and we deal with social media as it used to be. We were talking about that as well with a couple of people on the way here. The other issue is the only aspect that we've kept of social media is also the aspect of instant messaging. So things like Telegram, WhatsApp, that is where that social connection is produced. It's not produced in Instagram or TikTok. I mean, that's just sort of influencer territory, it's very marketized, etc. But it's at that level that I think the discussion has moved into, specifically among children. And of course, with the issues that we discussed about exposure to sexual material, all the risks that you can think of, So I think, I don't know, I mean, in a way, probably if I told my grandparents that because phone numbers used to be gold, you had your own phone number as a family, but now, it's such a common occurrence that I think we need to sort of look back at that level of how you mix individual rights with this idea that children should have a telephone, should have certain things as a must. And I think hopefully this will stand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, panel, for this discussion. And we'll now move to the second part of this discussion. Thank you all for your contributions. And in the second part of the discussion, I would like us to look ahead and reflect on where the field of PY research may be heading, including promising avenues for prevention, gaps in current evidence, and priorities for future research, policy, implementation, and collaboration. I kindly invite the BootStRaP project policy lead, Professor José Menchón, European Parliament member, Dr. Žalingu, BootStRaP project innovation manager, Professor Karatsa, Communication Regulatory Authority of the Republic of Lithuania representative Kristina Mikoliūnienė, Ministry of Social Security and Labor of the Republic of Lithuania representative for Youth, Augustė Dudutytė, and Ministry of Health of the Republic of Lithuania representative Dr. Neringa Grigutytė. Do you have enough of the mics? Yeah. Wonderful. So, Professor Menchón, from your perspective, which areas of prevention or early intervention appear most promising for future development and research?
Okay, thank you. I will talk more about individual prevention. I think that indeed early detection is fundamental, but perhaps I would say that the word is personalized intervention. I mean that we know that different factors may influence the appearance of problematic use of internet, such as social factors, family relationships, comorbid conditions such as the presence of ADHD, for instance, or autism, and individual factors as well. And to be more specifically, I would like to mention that two individual factors that we are addressing to, that they are mood regulation, how children can increase their mood regulation in order to prevent the problematic use of internet, and the other one is to increase the ability to control impulses, so they are not going to scroll constantly. I think that these are, to be more specific.
Thank you. So apparently we have the strategies for possible interventions, and these strategies were also mentioned today by Professor Katarzyna Lindberg, who is doing extensive research in the interventions. So we have the strategies, and what does it take, Professor Karadza, drawing from your experience, what usually helps research findings resonate most strongly with the policymakers?
Reflecting on all this, on our experience as BootStRaP, I really think that we need to make science more accessible. The language that we use is very much related to our discipline. It's too complex to be understood at the multidisciplinary level, and policymakers don't go and read our peer-reviewed publication. They don't have the time. It's a different field. We're doing quite well, I have to say, with BootStRaP. It's a great honor to be here at the Parliament today. We will have 2 more invitations to the Parliament in the United Kingdom on the 16th of June, and the 17th of June we'll be at the Parliament in Malta. BootStRaP is really investing a lot in simplifying complex issues and make it understandable to policymakers. I think we need to get louder. To produce a study, on average, we spend 2 to 3 years. We need to design it, we need to get ethics approval, we need to carry out the study, we need to publish the evidence. But as soon as we have the evidence, we need to be fast. We need to communicate the findings to the policymaker. We need to go into parliaments. It's extremely important. I also think, according to my experience, this should be taken into the classrooms for the future psychologists, the future psychiatry, any future professional working on PUI. They need to be trained to communicate. I'm teaching an average of 500 psychology students every year. They can't communicate. I put as an assignment a podcast. Everybody needs to do a podcast. I give them a couple of scientific publications and say, summarize this and make a 10-minute podcast. Learn to express yourself in a very simple and direct way, because I think this is the future. This is extremely important. I read also the policy recommendation on different EU projects. Sometimes they are very generic. They don't refer to specific text of law. If you want to advise a government, if you want to resonate at the policy level, you need to refer to specific regulation. Law should come into the classroom, should be taught in psychiatry, in psychology, many other subjects. That's why I appreciate meetings like this, which are highly multidisciplinary, how much we learn from each other during this meeting. So this will be my advice in a few minutes.
Thank you. And you touched this topic of policymakers having enough of information from us, and that researchers should deliver this information quite fast. So I'll ask a question for Dr. Žalimas, whether he feels that he has enough of information from scientists already to act further on the issue of PUI, and looking from the EU perspective, what kind of EU support or cooperation do you think could make the biggest difference for member states working on problematic use of the internet?
Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, you know, being a member of the European Parliament, I'm proud that we, at least I must say, usually rely on scientific research results in adopting various legal acts, maybe sometimes not legal acts, because, you know, for example, last year we adopted the resolution, which is actually not legally binding. It is only encouragement for the European Commission to act, to submit to us, because European Parliament itself cannot initiate binding legal acts. So that was the resolution on establishing age limit, or general on the protection of children in internet. So really, if you read this resolution, as usual, the text is very, very long, but it starts from the results of the research about not only opportunities, which we heard also before this session, but also about the harm to mental health, for example, done for the children. Then we have almost not regulated issue on age limit for access to social platforms, because it is very, of course, social platforms, they do have, I mean, on sensitive content, they do have certain, let's say, barriers for, but it is very easy to bypass. I mean, simply tick the box that I'm, over 18, that's enough. So actually, last year we adopted the resolution. Last session also we adopted the resolution on protection of children against bullying in internet. Again, encouraging for the Commission to take necessary action. Of course, we should all understand that, first of all, because it is really evidence-based regulation, it takes certain time. I mean, sometimes it's even natural, but it is slower than the progress in technology sphere, because it's always a sort of competition. But on the other hand, also you need to understand that it is not the European Parliament which adopts legal acts, but also the Council, and sometimes it is difficult to find a qualified majority in the Council. But nevertheless, I believe in the progress. And speaking about very shortly what can be done in the nearest future, first of all, we already have certain instruments, Digital Service Act. Not forget about it, because actually even now certain influence on the content can be made according to this instrument, already existing instrument. So we need enforcement, real enforcement. The problem with enforcement is uneven in different member states, so we need a common approach. Second, what is already mentioned, it's about the issue of harmful design or algorithm that can be really regulated by additional instrument, which now we are discussing, that is Digital Fairness Act, also including all the platforms. But finally, the third thing, Europe should speak really by one voice, because here it's also very sensitive geopolitical dimension. We don't have actually our own European platforms. And we deal with the platforms which are based in another jurisdiction, sometimes now very adverse to our European values, as we can find out. So therefore, it is also very important that we speak by one voice, because we have something to defend. That is really democratic resilience, not only children's rights, but including. So that is also very important.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And if we move from regulation on the European level to the national regulation, I would like to address the question for the regulatory representative. Kalunene, from your perspective, where do you see the main challenge in today's digital regulatory framework when it comes to protecting children, and where do you think there is a room to move forward?
Thank you. Hello to everybody. So, you know, our institution, RRT, we already do a lot of things. So we are hotline, so we can make already now safer, internet clearer and safer. We are coordinator and single information point from in the field of DSA. We are also a market surveillance authority from AI Act. We also deal with trust services. It means electronic signature and ID, like e-wallet. So we do already a lot of things. And long story short, our answer would be The problem is not in the regulation. So I totally agree with Mr. Žalimas. So this is not a problem at all, because from 2019, Europe created 13,000 new legal acts. So I think it's enough to be able to do something in digital field, but the main problem is, or challenge is enforcement. So I agree totally with some other speakers who have mentioned it. And also lack of data or data-driven decision could be also the next challenge I would like to mention. And long legal processes, maybe coming from European law. And lack of consciousness or influence of parents, because parents could do very big influence for young generation when they actively participating in the life of young people. So I think parental control could be also important way to go forward. So now we have a list of challenges. So for a room forward is to solve step by step. So I think elephant must be eaten in small pieces. So let's start to do it that way.
Thank you. Thank you. And when we eat this elephant in small pieces, let's consider what the Ministry of Social Security and Labor representative Dudutite have in mind when in previous parts of the discussion we talked about digital human rights, and in your view, what could be done to protect children's rights in digital environment? Do you also think that we have enough of the ruling, or we can do something more in order to protect children better?
Yeah, thank you. I think as a representative of youth policy, it's our job to ensure youth needs. And keeping that in mind, I think a lot of things still need to be done. First and foremost, I think we need to shift the burden from individual users, and in this particular case, underage users, to other stakeholders. First and foremost, digital platforms, but also parents, trusted caregivers, trusted adults, and schools as well. When it comes to platforms, I think we have to do everything to push for more age-appropriate designs, which would regard the recommendations of psychologists and scientists. So hopefully events like these contribute to that. Whether that would mean raising the age limit or suggesting age-appropriate versions of platforms, that depends. I think it would be amazing if young people could use safe online alternatives. So maybe platforms could introduce, versions which would not allow endless scrolling, or would prevent algorithmic recommendations, or showing likes and comments, how many followers you have, etc., etc. Well, one way or another, something needs to be done here for sure. When it comes to social policy and what we as the ministry can do, I think we need to provide alternatives for young people, both online and offline. What to do with their time, how to spend it meaningfully. This also means that we need to provide support to parents, how they can ensure that they are parenting in a conscious way, building relationships, that they ensure digital hygiene at home, because that's also very important. I think it's also a responsibility to raise overall public awareness that this is an enormous problem. Like a colleague from the previous panel discussion said, in comparison to tobacco or alcohol issues, this is, we're talking about another level. So this is our responsibility to make sure that our society understands that this requires solutions. And finally, I think what also our colleague from Lithuanian Youth National Council said, that we need to involve youth. None of the policies will be effective if they will not make sense to young people. So we have to involve them in shaping the policies, in the discussions. We have to consult to make sure that those solutions are actually making sense.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, and I'll use a little of the advertisement saying that throughout the next 3 days we work in the European Commission-led bootcamp to work with young people on policy and how they should want the policies to be implemented to them. So, and going forward, building on the current efforts to address PUI in the health sector, Dr. Grigutite, where do you see the biggest opportunities to strengthen prevention or early support for young people affected by problematic use of the internet?
Thank you. Today we talked a lot about mental health already, and now we, as from Ministry of Health, we can talk about individual mental health and public mental health. So one of our greatest opportunities and I think challenges is to move from isolated interventions towards a coordinated early prevention system, because prevention is the core here. I'm sure about this. And as you heard already from our Vice Minister Laimutė Vaidelienė in this morning, in Lithuania we are already strengthening mental health promotion activities. Probably not enough, but still we started to do this, such like life skills education, psychological well-being services in municipalities. We're also implementing evidence-based initiatives together with OECD and European partners, including community-based prevention models and resilience-building programs, and so on. But still, the next step is to better integrate digital-related risks into existing mental health and prevention system. What I mean, not treat them as a separate issue. For example, problematic internet use, sleep disruptions, cyberbullying, anxiety, self-harm risk, and social isolation should become part of routine early identification in schools, also in primary health care and community services. And I believe innovation in this field is not about, technology itself. It is about smarter coordination. The biggest impact could come from combining public health, education, social services, families, digital policy into one coherent prevention ecosystem. And we need, as we call in our ministry, to have the perspective of mental health in all policies.
Thank you. And we in the policy mapping paper, Professor Urastazo, just the summary of this paper is that we have to think about the mental health when we think about policies relating to PUI. And now if we move to commitment and being very short in your answers, because we are a bit running out of time, I would like to get back to regulatory representative, Ms. Mikkelinen. If you were to point to one area where bolder regulatory actions may eventually be needed to better protect children online. I know you said that we have enough of the regulation, but do you see any tweaks where we could, do really better by committing to change that or tweak that a little bit?
Yes, and unanimously, so it would be age verification solution app implemented or integrated into the e-wallet. And it would be used in digital world for younger generation to be able to access some particular content on internet, because in a material world we do not let them everywhere, so we limit by some particular rules. The same we should do also in a digital world, and I think that only one solution would solve a lot of problem at once.
Thank you. And the Ministry of Social Security and Labor representative, Mr. Dutita, looking ahead, what is the one practical step the social security sector could realistically take in the near future to help to address this issue?
I'll give one that we can do in the future and two that we are doing already. Today is National Youth Workers Day, so I want to congratulate all the youth workers and use this opportunity to say that we need to invest more in youth work, because these are the people who know how to approach young people the best and how to extract them away from the phones, away from the screens, and which involves half young people delegates and half representatives of all the ministries. And we are planning to discuss this issue there to ensure that both sides can participate in the dialogue. Also, Youth Affairs Agency, which is under our ministry, has conducted market research about positive alternative online options for young people, and we're currently exploring what we could provide as an alternative to ensure that young people can still stay connected online, engage, be active, but at the same time make sure that their needs are met.
Do you have any insights already on the alternatives?
Not yet, but we'll keep you updated. And one last thing, in 2027 we have our Lithuanian presidency upcoming, and we managed to agree with our trio partners, Ireland and Greece, that youth cycle will be focused on constructive dialogue and information, which will tackle the questions and issues of social media as well. So we're bringing this issue internationally as well.
So thank you. So there is a good opportunity as we connect to exchange this information that could inform both sides, research and policy. And going to the Ministry of Health, if there were one meaningful step the health sector could take next to better respond to digital-related risks among young people, what would you highlight?
It's difficult with one, but still, I chose one concrete important strategic opportunity. What I mean that Lithuania is currently preparing the National Progress Plan for 2028 and 2034, whereas one of the key directions from health is resilience. And it is very important that this concept should be filled with practical content, I mean including strengthening children's and young people's resilience to modern challenges in the digital environment. And this means not only reducing risks, but also building emotional resilience, critical thinking, healthy digital habits, and the abilities to safely navigate increasingly complex online spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, the BootStRaP project has the word resilience in it, and we are working towards helping young people staying resilient in terms of them facing the digitalization issues. So as we bring today's discussion together, what do you think could help ideas like these move forward more naturally from discussion into policy and practice? And I would like to address this question to Professor Corazza.
I think we have different tools to do that. For instance, I would prepare some briefings out of the interesting discussion that we had through the day. And I think these briefings and short report could be circulated inside the MPs at the Lithuanian Parliament, but also across Europe. I think it's relevant to all the government. We will have a meeting in Malta, as I said, with the Council of Europe, so that will be a great opportunity to present, for instance, the results of this very important meeting. I would suggest and encourage colleagues to work towards the establishment of all-party parliamentary groups, as we did in the United Kingdom. I think it's a model that really works, and encourage this ongoing discussion, relationship, meaningful relationship with policymakers and scientists. It's been a very positive experience. It takes time, but absolutely is worth it. I also encourage a follow-up event here at the Lithuanian Parliament, carry on the discussion as we said, but I also be reflecting a lot of what other colleagues said is the involvement of young people that is really key and is really at the core center of our work as BootStRaP. We are meeting tomorrow 40 young people across Europe, and we will challenge them about legislation, a safer online environment. There is very much to listen to the views, and valued their perspective, we understood that is their own right, which is being cut off for too long. So I think make them at the center of whatever action we want to do. Social media campaigns is a wonderful way to meet young people, as we've seen in Italy with the 100% Me campaigns. We are reaching them on their platforms. So use the communication, use the language that we want to deliver, co-create the language with them. We got 40 talented young people waiting for us. This could be a task for the next few days, deliver a message that then we can use and stream across the platform. It is challenging. We might not see the impact immediately. We had a lot of proposals, ideas. Sometimes it will be frustration. We'll go nowhere. But I think we all need to do our best and be a service to society.
Thank you. And when we move to the member states, in your view, Dr. Žalimas, what would be realistic next steps at the EU level that could help countries work together effectively on the issues of problematic use of the internet?
Thank you very much. What will be really realistic in the nearest future, and here I would join to the opinion expressed by one of the previous speakers. That is, but on the European level, age verification system. It is really can be established, as the European Parliament encouraged to do in the last year resolution. Which would be, let's say, more difficult to bypass if it is really European. Now we discussing European Union digital identity wallet, which could help in establishing this system, and without compromising, I mean, without revealing to the social or internet platforms the sensitive personal data. That is also very important. And you know that the European Commission has already proposed one of the apps, maybe not the most successful one, but still what we are really trying to do at the European Union level. The next maybe step would be, of course, more active impact on guidance on age-appropriate platform design solutions, because really now what we have, we all know maybe that there are solutions which actually promote polarization, promote the ideas, not only harmful to children, but also the ideas of misogyny, for example, the ideas of even sort of I don't know, even another inappropriate content. So really, there can be good guidance, but of course involving also in this dialogue the social media platforms. That is why I touched before the issue of the necessity to have Digital Fairness Act, which would be not so maybe legally binding, but also would involve commitments from other actors, private actors, including social media platforms.
Thank you so much. And as we conclude this discussion and look towards concrete next steps, how can initiatives like BootStRaP best support policymakers and decision makers in practice? And I would like to ask this question, concluding question, for Professor Menchon, who leads the policy work package in our project.
Thank you very much. Well, firstly, I would like to emphasize that we are a very well-known community, a strong and very well-connected network, so we can we can make not only knowledge, but also we can apply it in real-world settings. I think that this is a value very, very important. And we are working with our institutions to help policymakers to develop knowledge, to have more knowledge, to how to have more options and advices about how to implement policies and to develop interventions and evaluate these interventions. How are they being, which have been the results? And secondly, we are accessible. So I think it's important that we are an open community, that BootStRaP, is an open community, and we are available to national and international institutions and policymakers. So if they can engage with us to develop these evidence-based actions. So I would like to invite all interested parties to contact us for developing evidence-based actions that may lead to a healthier use of digital technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for these concluding remarks, and I would like to thank the panel once again. I know this, with such an experts here, I would like to have more mix and match and more questions, because I think that we are touching very important yet fragmented topics sometime. And thank you again for being here, for being connected, and let's stay in dialogue. Thank you so much.
Excuse me? Can I give one question?
Do the panel are the panel ready for one additional question?
Yeah, since I thought it's an open discussion, so I have one short question for the whole panelists. My name is Mikolas. I am a medical doctor, and the question is, based on your research and the work that's being done in your institutions and workplaces, there were some talks about age limits, age restrictions. In your opinion, what could be the appropriate age for the young adolescent or even a preschooler child to be exposed to social media, to digital world? Because it's inevitable, but maybe there could be an age where a guideline could be created for that appropriate age. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, I am not a researcher in this field, but what I remember from the European Parliament resolution, which age limit was proposed, it's 16 for free access to social platforms, and 13 to 16 with consent of parents. And it is based on research, but I am not so competent to comment in depth on this research.
Yeah, so from our side, we agree also on this age limit, but what I would like additionally add that digital services as such could be provided from 0 age, but because when you have a small child, you have to give them document. It could be also digital document as we have now and in our e-health system, where a parent is responsible for children also on a digital platform. So there are these two digital levels of services, they go in parallel.
Maybe Ornella or Professor Menchon?
One research I read suggested providing full access, including having your own social media account, only starting 16 years old.
Karatza?
Just beyond the age issue is the education before giving a mobile phone to a child that needs to be considered, I think. And that's why the parents' involvement is extremely important. Even the age band, what does it mean 16? When you're 16 and one day, if you don't have the education, if you're not aware of the risk, all this will fall. So again, education is the way out.
Thank you again. Thank you all the panelists, and have a great evening. Thank you all for being here.